Welcome, it's Delaware Speedway Racing on Rogers TV, brought to you by Ray Cullen Chevrolet. I'm Kyle Friel alongside my beautiful better half, Caitlin Friel. Kate, what kind of night of racing are we expecting today?
We're going to have a great bone stock race, as well as we have the OSS in town. So they're going to put on a great show here for us. We're going to start with their qualifying tonight, and then we've got King of the Hill.
Perfect. And now we're going to send it down to the third member of our team, Jeremy McGrady, in the pits.
Thanks so much, Kate and Kyle. Yeah, it's going to be a great night of racing. You say his name, and he appears tonight with the Ontario Sportsman Series. Just moments ago, before we came on the air, the driver of the 79 machine here in the Sportsman Series was near the tech garage and backed his rear right bumper right into some concrete right as he was backing up to come onto pit lane. So certainly something to watch out for tonight, right even before he gets out there for his qualifying, already has an incident. Obviously for the rest of the night we have the bone stocks, Matt Langford currently leading in that division, but also some penalties from last week as well. With more on tonight's card, I'll send it back up to the Friels upstairs.
Thank you, Jeremy. Yes, it should be an exciting night of racing, and he touched on it. Some penalties in the bone stock division that happened. A couple of cars not conforming to the tech specs that need to be adhered to in that division. Kind of take us through what's happening.
Yeah, so we do have some suspensions. They are fully disqualified. They are going to forfeit all the points from last week and all of the money, as well as these drivers are going to be suspended until December of this year. So they're out for the rest of the season. The 15 of Sterling Roberts, as well as Dakota Loma, both with engine computer systems. They must be factory setting. So with that being said, they've tampered, I guess, with the computer system, and unfortunately will not be here for the rest of this season. So this number 15 or 16 will not be competing. That also means that they cannot run that number on another car.
Right, as we get ready for qualifying, we're going to take a quick look at the standings here for the bone stocks. Take us through as Kate it's a little jumbled 1 and 2, and then it goes through.
Yeah, so Matt Langford was on top there, and then we see here the standings for the OSS. They're going to take to the track here as well. Connor James at the top, familiar name here at Delaware Speedway, followed by Brendan Patrick, Lane Zardo, and then the McGlyns.
That's right, and we're going to get ready here for the first round of qualifying for the Ontario Sportsman Series. As we get ready here, cars are getting up to speed, waiting for that green flag to fly to start qualifying. There it is, it's in the air as we have the 48 gets the green flag this time by. Qualifying has started. Kind of take us through what the Ontario Sportsman Series is and how they run, how it's a little different than the regular series here at Delaware.
So they're a traveling series. They do make one stop, I believe, here this year, and they're running a V8. So sometimes you will see a couple of these cars participate in our V8 stocks. It's kind of more of the old school. It's heavier than our super stocks. So you'll see some of the cars shift classes. We talk about it all the time, and especially with our V8 stocks, that we do allow that class to be kind of more open so that we can bring cars that don't fit into a certain mold anymore. So it's really important for that. But Caden Patrick is on the track in the 86, and that's what I talk about. These guys, they have ran some of them here in the V8 stocks. Caden Patrick's one of those guys, currently sitting in second for qualifying.
That's right, Doug Carter running his fastest lap that time by at a 20.229. The 48 machine on our screen as we speak. He's going down the back stretch.
Also on the track is the 79. We talked about him already. That's Kyle Instead. And then we've got the 30 of Alora Ether.
That's right, last lap around for this group of 4 in the group qualifying for the Ontario Sportsman Series, as we have Doug Cathcart trying to make sure he stays on the pole position as of right now. He comes around for the final time. Will take the checkered flag in his qualifying heat, and he's running a 20.376. He will still stay on top as of right now with a 20.229, with more groups to come. as we see Cathcart come through the back of pits as we get the second group out rolling around.
We'll change the program here tonight. Registration for King of the Hill is in turn 1 tonight. Normally it's in turn 4. Buddy with the Sienna, main grandstand. Did you get that? Turn 1.
As we come around, it is going to be the second group of 4 for the OSS qualifying. White flag is in the air, so this will be the last lap under the caution speed before they get to let loose for their qualifying. Chad McGlynn in the 8th car, the 25 of Cooper Alberton, the 44 of Brad Robinson, and the 93 of Nathaniel Greenaway are the 4 on the track. And the green flag is in the air. It's going to be the 8 of Chad McGlynn across the line first, being that lead car.
Should see a little bit faster times as we go throughout qualifying. Normally, I believe this class specifically normally runs with how they are in points in reverse, so this should get faster and faster as we go through.
As we see Cooper Alberton going right up the board to second, Chad McGlynn in third, Brad Robertson in fourth now, as Nathaniel Greenaway sits 6th, Kyle Eisted drops to 7th, and Laura Authier is in 8th as we continue the group qualifying here in the Ontario Sportsman Series. It's good to see a different series come to Delaware and run this half-mile track.
Yeah, we always like visiting series to come in. It gives our fans something different to look at. That's for sure. This is the second out of, it looks like, 4 groups that are going to run qualifying.
That's right. We see here a new leader atop of the board. That's the 25 of Cooper Alberton as he ran his best lap at a 20.135. He knocks Doug Cathcart out of the pole position so far as we have 1 lap remaining in this group of qualifying. As we see Alberton on our screen. Still sitting in first. Chad McGlynn in third in the 8 car. They come by one final time in this qualifying group. We'll see. McGlynn doesn't get any better. He stays with in a third spot. Cooper Alberton still stays in first for now, as the second of, like you said, Kate, 4 groups has come to a completion. And let's go down to Jeremy as he's got an interview.
Thank you so much, Kate and Kyle. I'm joined by Matt Langford. Matt, back on top, first place currently in the bone stock division. You've been running consistent finishes, being able to get up to the top. Talk to me about your consistency so far this season, even though you haven't won a lot of the feature races, but being in the top 5 and being able to be consistent.
Yeah, again, we've talked about it before. If you want to win a points championship, you really got to stack up those top 5s and 10s and keep those DNFs out of there. So we've been really fast in the heat races in practice. We're just trying to get that to translate in the feature. So talked to Joe Lawrence earlier. Thanks, Joe. He gave me some tips, and hopefully we can park her in victory lane tonight.
Now, obviously, when fans watch the feature races, you end up normally near the middle, near back of the pack, and you work your way up to the front. Talk to me about that strategy, obviously, trying to go up through the field and trying to find the spacing on the track.
Yeah, it does make it a little bit tougher. With the qualifying, they start the faster guys near the back. So in the heat races, you only have 10 laps to get up front, which is tough. So generally, we start about 14th to 16th in the feature. And with everybody being so close this year in times, if you don't get some luck or a break, it's so hard to make it up to the front. So,
yeah, and best of luck tonight, Matt, and good luck the rest of the season.
Thank you very much.
Back upstairs.
Thank you, Jeremy. It is the third group of OSS qualifying. It was the 9 of Sean McGlynn, the 19 of Kevin Trevelyan, the 93 of Nathaniel, as this live timing and scoring is changing, I'm trying to figure out exactly what cars are on the track. On our screen right now is the 9 of Sean McGlynn. He's currently sitting in 5th. Nobody able to get Cooper Alberton out of that pole position so far, Kate.
Yeah, Albertine's doing a good job staying at the top there. But it looks like the 47 of Todd Shepard is the fastest one on track so far in this group of qualifiers.
There he is on our screen right now. That's the 47 of Todd Shepard. He's currently sitting in third as we have one lap left in this group of qualifying. Still Cooper Albertin sitting atop with the 48 of Doug Cathcart in second. Todd Shepard, like we mentioned, in third. He just ran his fastest lap of qualifying at a 20.274. Chad McGlynn in fourth, and then it's Kevin Trevelyan sitting in fifth, rounding out the top five so far.
And just like Matt Langford talked about when he talks about other drivers helping each other out, the 47 has some help up in the spotter stand by somebody who's taken a lot of laps here at Delaware Speedway. Ray Morneau spotting for the 47 in the OSS tonight.
Yeah, good to see Ray here on an off night for him in the late model class. So he's here helping out a friend and fellow driver. So good for Ray as we get ready for the fourth and final grouping of qualifying for the OSS. Just 3 cars in this one to round out the field. It'll be the number 02 of Brendan Patrick, the 38 of Derek McCullough.
And the 33 is Connor James, current points leader.
Current point, there we go. So he's going to look to be fast in the qualifying to try and get himself a good spot in the feature here tonight. We come to 1 lap left under caution speed before the green flag waves. I believe it's usually 5 laps for the group qualifying.
Group qualifying is going 5 laps here at Delaware. And you'll see the starter will take the first guy normally off of the start-finish line. You watch these cars will get super spaced out on the track, making sure they have lots of what I like to call clean air to run in, and make sure they're able to have as much track to work with, no matter how much faster you could be. You could be faster than the guy ahead of you, so you're not catching them and then having to slow down. You want to use the most of your 5 laps.
That's right. So as we are now in the last group of qualifying, we have Brendan Patrick going by. He moves himself right up to 8th on his first lap with a 20.657. Derek McCullough with a 20.401 puts himself in the 5th spot. And the 33 takes over the top spot, running a 19.907. My goodness, he is fast so far in qualifying.
And that's lap 1. Now, he gave himself lots of room to work with in order to take the green when he was ready. I expect those times to be nice and fast from the 33 of Connor James. That's why he sits at the top spot currently in points. He ran a faster lap that time by at a 19.876. Brendan Patrick just moves himself into the 5th spot.
Lap a little slower this time by for Connor James, a 20.117. Still pretty fast out there on the track. 1 lap to go here as the cars go by the start-finish line. Connor James getting the white flag right now, and the checkered's going to come out as the 02 of Brendan Patrick comes by for one final time. See if he can best his position as he's currently in 5th. He will not. He'll stay in 5th. The 38 of Derek McCullough stays in 7th. We'll see what Connor James can do on this final lap. Still sub 20, 19.987. It doesn't matter. His second lap was the best at 19.876, so he's getting the pole. And as we got some time, we'll send it down to Jer with another interview.
Thanks so much, Kyle. I'm joined with actually another Kyle here, the driver in the Ontario Sportsman Series number 79 machine. Now, Kyle, right before we got going with qualifying, you were backing the car up to go into the pit road, and you bumped into the tech garage cement blocks blocking the tech garage. take me through a little bump and then obviously how qualifying went for you and how your season is going for you so far.
Well, the clutch was a little bit sticky, and we just popped it a little too fast and hit the wall there, but all is good now. We're sorting it out. Season's going really good. This is our first year, rookie season. We're learning the tracks, learning the cars, learning everything. It's a great group of guys. Today we're struggling a little bit with some electrical issues, starting at the back, so see what we can do. Hopefully bring it home in one piece.
Now, before we came on camera here, you were saying how this is now already your second time here at the Speedway, back here when the Sportsman Series made its debut this year, back on May 16th. Talk to me about being a rookie in this series and what's it going to take for you to make your learning curves and being able to try to get near the top of this series by the time the season is over.
Really just setting up the car, making sure we're in the right place, taking notes at every track we go to, really feeling it out and learning it. I'm a 20-year veteran of Delaware Speedway, so learning these new tracks is going to be tough. But yeah, we're taking notes.
Well, hopefully you do well here tonight, and best of luck for you for the rest of the season.
Thank you so much. Take care.
Best of luck, and go back upstairs.
Thank you, Jeremy. We'll be right back with more Delaware Speedway racing on Rogers TV, brought to you by Ray Collins Chevrolet.
This program is brought to you by Rogers Xfinity, connecting you to more of what you love. Visit Rogers.com for more details.
Ray Collins Chevrolet. Ray saves you money, and that's the key on Chevy, Buick, GMC. Ray Collins Chevrolet. You should drive by Ray today.
With clubs, leagues, and courts in every province and territory across Canada, squash is the sport for wall-to-wall fun, fitness, and friendship. From coast to coast to coast. Learn to play, and you'll want to do it every day. Squash. Play inside the box.
Welcome back. It's Delaware Speedway Racing on Rogers TV, brought to you by Ray Collins Chevrolet. Back with some bone stock heat race action here. 10 laps the scheduled distance here. A jam-packed field for heat race number 1. Kate, let's take you a little bit through it and see who's going to bring us to the green flag.
On the front row, we have Ryan Houston and Sarah Penny coming to the front stretch. Sarah Lawrence slides back right away. Unfortunately, going into turn 1. So that outside line sliding back 3, almost 4 rows coming out of turn 2. But that leaves room for Race Meyer to take the lead.
Yeah, Race Meyer on the outside takes the lead. In and out of 3, he's going to come to the line and be the race leader. 1 lap into this heat race here. And that sends the 71H Jennifer Hatch into second. 92H Ryan Houston into third. Brady Udman in fourth. And then the 48 of Jack Dixon in fifth, rounding out the top 5 in this heat race. And it's Race Meyer putting himself into a pretty decent lead so far.
Yeah, there's no B main either tonight, so everybody just keep it clean and make sure that we get through these heat races. We never know what weather could be on its way, so just keeping it smart. Race control definitely making sure that they are aware. Let's keep these clean. No B main tonight. Let's just go racing.
That's right. As we get a look here, it's the 93R of Race Meyer and the 93 of Brady Udman. 1-2 coming across the line, single file. A lot of single file here on the track. A little bit of back in the pack, some doubled up cars. Udman definitely trying to close that gap on Meyer. Into 3, out of 3. We'll see if Udman can make that move. Tries to go underneath as Meyer goes high out of 4 across the line. Meyer still able to take the lead.
And you can see Race Meyer's got some movement in his grill on the front stretch there going into turn 1 and 2.
As they go down the back, 6 to go this time by. Sorry, it'll be 5 to go this time by, as the halfway point of this heat race is here. It is Race Meyer in the lead, followed by Brady Udman, Jennifer Hatch, Jack Dixon, and Thomas Jeremy in 5th. Carter Nichols 6th, Cassie Howard 7th, Joe Kicks in 8th, Chad Prue at 9th, 10th is Jesse Howard, then it's Ryan Houston in 11th, and then Sarah Lawrence in 12th, rounding out the field. It is a tight battle into 3 and out of 3 into turn 4 between Reese Meyer and Brady Udman. Udman gets side by side down on the bottom groove going into turn 1. We'll see if he can have some good corner entry and make that pass as they go out of 1 into 2 down the back, and we will have a new leader down the back stretch. That'll be Brady Udman, but Meyer is not gonna let up. He stays right there on the back bumper as they come out of 3 and into 4. To the front stretch across the start finish line. It'll be 3 to go this time by. And it's the battle of 93s here in the first heat race of the Bone Stock division.
Yeah, the front of the race is definitely a battle. They're going back and forth, but it looks like Udman's definitely gonna get the better hand, but just as I say that, here comes Reese Meyer.
Reese Meyer gonna stay single file here as we got 2 to go this time by. See if he tries to make a move for that top spot in this heat race, or if he's quite content just finishing second and keeping his car, like you said, in one piece with no B main. You just kind of want to finish in a spot where you're able to get to that feature race tonight.
Yeah, and about middle of the field, Cassie Howard gets past Carter Nickel and Joe Hicks and is into the 6th spot. Cassie's in a new vehicle. It was her sister's other car last year, and Jessie is doing what she didn't want to do, and she put out this week that she didn't want Cassie to beat her in her old car, but right now Cassie is ahead of Jessie.
That's right. As we get a look here, it's Brady Udman distancing himself as they'll get the checkered flag this time by the start finish line. It'll be the 93 of Brady Udman taking heat race number 1, followed by the 93R of Reese Meyer. Jack Dixon gonna finish 3rd, Jennifer Hatch in 4th, and rounding out the top 5 is Thomas Jeremy. Kate, take us through the rest of the field.
6th place is the 59 of Cassie Howard, followed by Joe Kicks, Carter Nickel, Chad Prue, Jesse Howard, Ryan Houston, and Sarah Lawrence.
All right, we'll be back with more heat race action right after this. It's Delaware Speedway Racing on Rogers TV, brought to you by Ray Cullen Chevrolet.
Bring the family to Pizza Hut's all-you-can-eat buffet. Fresh pizzas, pasta, and salads, something for everyone. Great taste, great time, all in one place. Pizza Hut, where family meals are unforgettable.
Hi everyone, my name's Emily Febri. I'm also known as Ranger M. I'm an environmental communicator and educator, and I get to talk to a lot of different people about all things nature and conservation. I love to knowledge share, and that's what I want to do with you. So come on, let's go learn with Ranger M.
I didn't think I was going to be nervous, but I am.
Defco Mid is entering the cake arena.
You have never seen me do anything like this before.
He'll face 6 competitors.
I'm outnumbered.
For 6 different challenges.
This is insane.
All at the same time.
Hurry up!
To make super mega cakes.
This is amazing.
Super mega cakes on Food Network.
Welcome back. It's Delaware Speedway Racing on Rogers TV, brought to you by Ray Cullen Chevrolet. Show your support for Delaware Speedway with the latest 2025 season merchandise. From classic hoodies and comfortable t-shirts to stylish hats, there's something for every race fan. Whether you're watching from the grandstands or following the action from home, you can shop online anytime at DelawareSpeedway.com. Order now and represent the excitement of Delaware Speedway in style. We are back. It is going to be heat race number 2 in the Bone Stock division, as it was Udman taking home heat race number 1 win. Take us through the field here as we get ready for the green flag of heat race number 2.
On the front row, we have the 10 of Ian Levesque, the 11 of Rob Woolston, the 51 of Tom Hughes on the inside of the second row. Outside, Nathan Rea. Then we've got the 64 of William Clausen, the 28 Joe Lawrence, the 333 of Liam Bochelle, the 69 of Mitchell Rawlings, the 6 of Will Corey, the 58 of Gary Triska, the 27 of Tori Robinson, and the 1 of Len Sterrett.
Here we go, looking to the flag stand. Green flag is flying. We are racing here, heat race number 2. 10 laps the scheduled distance. that was a good start off the line for the 10 of Ian Levesque as we are trying to go 3 wide in the middle here. Nathan Rea in the 26 is trying to gain on the outside. And then it's the 28 of Joe Lawrence. He's making a charge, as well as Rob Woolston in the 11. The front four kind of getting right up into each other's business here as they cross the line 1 lap into this heat race.
I expect to see the 28 making a hard charge to the front. Joe Lawrence, lots of laps in many different cars on this racetrack, and he always does a great job.
There he is, speaking of the 28 on the outside of Rea, but now he's in behind the 10 of Levesque, so Rea kind of has that opening on the bottom groove, but it looks like he'll run with Levesque through that and take second spot from Nathan Rea.
Yeah, you'll watch the 28 look to the inside here, set him up perfectly. Stayed higher going into turn 1, able to set up that inside groove to pick off on the inside. So there goes the 28 of Joe Lawrence to the lead.
Joe Lawrence in the lead out of 3 into 4, and now he's going to look to distance himself as they come to the start-finish line, as he is, like you mentioned, run many laps in many different divisions and cars around this half-mile track here at Delaware Speedway, and now he's just going to try and keep it in what so-called cruise control to try and come away with a heat race victory.
Yeah, that car seems to be handling very well for Joe Lawrence, but in the back of the pack, they're all bunched up as well, so.
Yeah, the back of the field all bunched up. The 333 tries to cut down low and almost takes out the 1, but everybody's staying square. It is an absolute battle in the middle to the back of the pack here. The top 3 are well away from that, but we get a look on our screen here. It is just absolute chaos here in the middle to back of the pack.
Yeah, the 6 of Will Corey seems to break out of that pack. Rob Woolston back is a little bit tight. So that back part of the pack is definitely changing, but there's the 28 of Joe Lawrence at the top of your screen, and he's driving away with things. The 1 of Len Starrett on your bottom of the screen with the 333, they almost got into it on the front stretch. So those positions are swapping every lap back there.
That's right, as the 333 is Liam Bochelle. He's trying to gain spots as we go, as you see here on the screen, double screen top left will be the leader of Joe Lawrence, as he is quite handily distanced himself from the rest of the field. On the bottom right of the screen, it is that absolute chaos, jam-packed traffic jam as it goes 3 wide across the stripe.
Joe Lawrence has got a really nice lead on the rest of this field, but yes, they keep swapping positions back there. There's the 27 of Tori Robinson, the 11 of Rob Woolston. See the 69 of Mitch Rawlings on the outside. And leading that charge right now is the 333 of Liam Bochelle.
Yeah, that's right. We now go back and you see the distance that Joe Lawrence has on the 10 of Ian Levesque. It is almost a straightaway advantage here. Joe Lawrence running fast. We have 1 lap to go through here. Joe Lawrence has got just everybody in his rear view mirror. That's where he wants to keep everybody, as he wants to come to a heat race victory and put himself in a pretty decent spot coming to the feature. As we see here, there's the gap we have, Kate. Man, what a gap we have, as like I said, it's almost a full straightaway.
Yeah, Joe Lawrence definitely puts on a show this time by taking that checkered flag.
That's right, and then Ian Levesque in second, Nathan Rea taking third. It'll be Will Corey taking fourth, Len Starrett in the 1 taking the 5th spot, Corey Robinson in 6th, Liam Bochelle 7th, Mitch Rawlings in 8th, Gary Triska 9, Rob Wollaston 10, 11th is Tom Hughes, and then 12 is William Clausen rounding out the field of heat race number 2. And with the end of that heat race, we will step aside. We'll be back with more Delaware Speedway Racing on Rogers TV, brought to you by Ray Collins Chevrolet.
Ray Collins Chevrolet.
Hi, I'm Steve McCaw from Ray Cullen Chevrolet. Welcome to the 2025 race season. From the Ray Cullen Chevrolet family, we are excited about another great year.
You're watching an interesting local show on Rogers TV and you want to know more. That's when you head to rogerstv.com. Our website provides more information about our programs, our hosts, our schedule, and about how you too can get involved with Rogers TV. Visit us online at rogerstv.com.
Everybody knows not to drink and drive, but some people still think it's okay to take drugs and drive. Police have the authority, the ability, and the tools to determine if drivers are impaired by legal or illegal drugs. And because drug-impaired drivers can pose just as great a risk as drunk drivers, they face the same penalties, like the loss of their driver's license, a criminal record, fines, and more. A message from the RCMP, the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, and Arrive Alive, Drive Sober.
Racing on Rogers TV, brought to you by Ray Cullen Chevrolet. Show your support for Delaware Speedway with the latest 2025 season merchandise. From classic hoodies and comfortable t-shirts to stylish hats, there's something for every race fan. Whether you're watching from the grandstands or following the action from home, you can shop online anytime at DelawareSpeedway.com. Order now and represent the excitement of Delaware Speedway in style. We are getting ready for heat race number 3 in the bone stock division. It looks like this will be the third and final heat race of this division. As Kate, you got the field?
The 78 of Justin Culver, the B-main bandit on the front row. There's no B-main tonight, though. On the outside is the 97D of David Rockwood. In the second row, we've got the 25 BT of Adam Generou and the 17 of Colin Wilms. The 19 of Michael Verburn, the 52 of Donovan Clark, Charlie Verhoeven in the 8 car, the 03 of Matt Langford, Chris Lawrence is in the 6 BT, and then Bonnie Sterrett, as well as Dave Middleton at the back of the pack.
That's right, green flag is in the air, 10 laps, the scheduled distance, heat race number 3 in the bone stock division. As we still say side by side through the field, it'll be 78 of Justin Culver pulling himself away, getting himself a bit of a lead. The 25 BT of Adam Generou trying to make a pass. As we bunch up a little bit here in the middle of the field, it'll be Justin Culver across the stripe. He will have the lead 1 lap into this heat race. David Rockwood sitting in second, Colin Wilms in third, Adam Generou in fourth, Donovan Clark in fifth.
Yeah, the 25 on the inside, trying to make that groove work, but it looks like that lane is not moving as fast as Charlie Verhoeven back there in the red car would like it to go, following Donovan Clark around the 25 of Adam Generou.
That's right, as we get a look into turn 1, then go down the back. Here's the race of Colin Wilms and 97 David Rockwood, as Wilms will pick up a spot, and it looks like Charlie, the 52 of Donovan Clark, is looking to follow Wilms through that spot.
Into the inside is the 8 of Verhoeven. Rockwood stuck on the outside, looking for a spot to the inside. There goes Charlie Verhoeven to third place. He's got 3 feature wins in this division, so he is on fire, but look no further. Who's following not too far behind him would be the 03 of Matt Langford. You'll see him probably come into frame right there with the orange hood.
That's right, Matt Langford, always a mainstay in this division here at Delaware Speedway, trying to make himself known in this heat race. We still get to look at the 8 of Charlie Verhoeven as he's trying to make himself known to the cars in front of him. That's the 78 BT of Justin Culver and the 17 of Colin Wilms.
Justin Culver takes the halfway mark, but Colin Wilms looks to the inside. Culver, Wilms, Verhoeven, Clark, Langford, round out your top 5.
There we go. Wilms on the inside, out of 2 down the back, gets a nose ahead of Culver. Verhoeven going to try and follow Wilms through on the inside. Out of 3 into 4, down the stretch. Culver gets past, and that inside, that bottom groove seems to be the groove that's working for these cars, able to run the train through and make that pass.
Good move by Culver, darts down to the inside, kind of stopping that train from happening in front of Donovan Clark. So we've got Wilms, Verhoeven, Culver, Clark, and then Matt Langford.
That is your top 5. We see Verhoeven trying to go down to the bottom side of the track as he's going to try and make that pass into one. Does not happen. Wilms has some good corner exit down the back, but the straightaway speed of Verhoeven is showing to be a difference here as they go into 3. They were side by side, but it looks like corner entry and exit is a little bit better here for Colin Wilms so far.
Wilms is making that outside, that top groove work, but we've got another battle happening too, and that's for 3rd, 4th, 5th on the bottom screen. So Culver, Clark and Langford were on the bottom there. But yes, Charlie Verhoeven makes the pass on Wilms, able to get back into that top spot, but Wilms is not letting him out of his sight just yet.
There we go. We get the white flag in the air. 1 to go. That time by the stripe. It's going to be a battle to the finish here in this heat race as Verhoeven and Wilms are going to battle it out. They go down the back out of 2. They're going to come to turn 3. Into 3. Still a bit of a gap here for Verhoeven. Verhoeven out of 3 into 4 down the front. He will come to the line, take the checkered flag, a heat race win for Charlie Verhoeven. Colin Wilms in 2nd, Justin Culver taking 3rd. Kate, round us out through the rest of the field.
Verburn, Rockwood, Generu, Chris Lawrence, Bonnie Starrett, and Dave Middleton are the 11th driver with Dave Middleton.
All right, we have an interview. We'll send it down to Jeremy in the pits.
Thanks so much, Kyle. I'm here with Amber Balkan. Now, Amber, so far this season, you've been able to race all around North America, back here at Delaware Speedway. Talk to me about being on this track and trying to go for a win here tonight.
Yeah, got some momentum from our last race. We had a podium finish with P3. I had a really fast car. I just was a little too aggressive, so I would like to work on that and come back stronger today. We had a really good practice run, but struggled in qualifying. So crew was making a lot of adjustments, so hopefully go forward in the race.
Now, obviously, with it being a 100-lap race here tonight, talk to me about the strategy of being on this half-mile track.
Yeah, patience is going to be key, which is something I struggle with, but it's good. It's good to test those, and I'll just have to be as patient as I can and kind of let the race come to me.
Well, awesome, and good luck for the rest of the season for you, and best of luck tonight.
Thank you, and thank you Brimstone Games for the opportunity.
And back upstairs.
Thank you, Jeremy. We'll be back. More Delaware Speedway racing on Rogers TV, brought to you by Ray Cullen Chevrolet after this.
This program is brought to you by Rogers Xfinity, connecting you to more of what you love. Visit Rogers.com for more details.
Join the high-energy, bodyweight-based workouts of the Thunder Twins. Gerald and Harold will get all shapes and sizes up and moving. Catch the Thunder Mondays at noon.
How about the drama of Stanley Cup final hockey? Big game players coming up with big game plays, and these two are writing their own stories this time around. These Florida Panthers, this is like old school hockey. Sam Reinhart, the night of his life. The reign's going to continue. The Florida Panthers back-to-back Stanley Cup champions. What an experience it is to share with your teammates. This is the most exciting time for all.
Welcome back, Delaware Speedway Racing on Rogers TV, brought to you by Ray Cullen Chevrolet. We are through the OSS qualifying and the heat races for the Bone Stock division. Kind of take us through what we've seen so far tonight, Kate.
I think it's going to be very interesting to see Joe Lawrence, Charlie Verhoeven, as well as Matt Langford all at the front of this field. I think Langford is really focused on the consistency. He talked about it in his interview with Jeremy earlier, that he's just looking to run this full points. And when you are racing for points, you want consistency. He's looking for consistent finishes, and that's all he's got to do. He's just got to keep being consistent. Verhoeven has shown that he likes to win here. 3 feature wins, but don't count out Joe Lawrence. I never count out Joe Lawrence when he's in any car. So interested to see if Joe's parking this in victory lane as well. But everybody's just got to keep it clean and make sure that they finish the race in order to park it in victory lane. The OSS should be fast tonight. Connor James has done a great job so far. He put up a really fast time in qualifying, was the only one to go sub 20. So interested to see if that 33 can keep it there. He's leading points, so he'd like a strong finish.
That's right. We'll send it down to the third member of our team, Jeremy, in the pits.
Thanks so much, Kyle. I'm currently joined by Colin Williams, currently second in the points, but more importantly, he is the reigning, defending, undisputed, only 4 bone stock racing champion currently at the moment. Colin, you have the belt. You got to defend it here at the track tonight. What's going to be the key for you to try to retain this championship title?
Just drive as fast as I can. There's a lot of fast cars here tonight. At 8, still wicked fast with all that weight. So, yeah, it's just going to be, we should have a good starting position for the features. So just try to keep it up there as best we can. And it's a long race. So.
And then obviously with the weather conditions, rain potentially on the way, and it being warm, talk to me being in the car during a feature race when you've got that heat going through.
Yeah, it's really hot in the car. You don't typically notice it too much under green flag, but definitely when the yellow comes out and your brain has time to think about other things. And yeah, you do notice you're hot, but hopefully Darrell Waltrip's Vortex theory works out for us tonight here.
And obviously best of luck tonight, and good luck defending the title. There's lots of dogs out there barking trying to get that title.
Yes, there is. All right, thanks a lot.
Back upstairs.
Thank you, Jeremy. The OSS, we mentioned before sending it down to Jeremy, their touring series, racing 100 laps here today at the half mile. What do you think their drivers are going to be having to do in order to stay consistent through 100 laps here on a half mile track?
Amber in the 27 definitely said it. It's all about patience. You got to make it through the first half in order to compete the last half. So not to let the leaders get too far away if you are sitting in about mid-pack. If you are at the front, making sure that you conserve your equipment as well. So everybody's got to keep running in order to be a contender at the end. So that's the biggest thing. Patience, consistency, and keeping your lap times in a good spot. You got to keep your equipment good too, so making sure that everything is running smooth.
That's right, and you make sure the equipment's going to get you through 100 laps. So when making that move to maybe gain a position for points and stuff like that, that's also going to play a factor in some of these cars that are chasing the points leaders.
Yeah, so just making sure that you're saving your equipment too. You don't want to take too much out of your equipment by racing a guy for 7 to 10 laps hard and wearing down those tires. You need to be able to have them for the push at the end, but that's all about your strategy. Every driver is a little bit different with what they like to do, but the consistency of everything is going to be what puts you in the end, as well as your patience. So making sure that you are really balancing those two for what you like, what your team likes. You've got spotters in the stand. You've got a lot of people that are helping you out down there. It's not just all about the driver. In the end, the driver's making that final call with turning that wheel a certain direction. So in the end, the driver's got to stay in point, but they've definitely got great crews behind them as well.
Perfect. We'll be back with more Delaware Speedway Racing on Rogers TV, brought to you by Ray Cullen Chevrolet after this.
Ray saves you money, and that's the key on Chevy, Buick, GMC. Ray Cullen Chevrolet. You should drive by Ray today.
Public transit, garbage pickup, parks and recreation programs, snow removal on your street. How can you stay informed about these and other important local services? Tune to City Council coverage on Rogers TV. See your community leaders at work on Rogers TV City Council coverage.
After a night out with your friends, there's always options for getting home safely. You could call your BFF, your mom or dad, whoever you can count on for a safe ride home. You could call your favorite cab company or 1-888 taxi guy. Or you could use the Arrive Alive smartphone app to help you choose your ride. Be it a friend, transit, or taxi, getting home safely is app easy. Now available for iOS and Android devices. Visit arrivealive.org to find out more. Arrive Alive. Drive sober.
Welcome back. It's It's Delaware Speedway Racing on Rogers TV, brought to you by Ray Collins Chevrolet. Show your support for Delaware Speedway with the latest 2025 season merchandise. From classic hoodies and comfortable t-shirts to stylish hats, there's something for every race fan. Whether you're watching from the grandstands or following the action from home, you can shop online anytime at DelawareSpeedway.com. Order now and represent the excitement of Delaware Speedway in style. As we get ready, they're lining up the OSS cars on the front stretch for driver introductions. We're going to throw it down to Jeremy in the pits.
Thanks so much, Mr. Friel. I am joined here by Charlie Verhoeven. Charlie, you've had quite a run here as of late, being able to win 3 consecutive bone stock feature races. Obviously didn't get the job done last time out, but talk to me about the consistency you have had so far this season in this number 8 machine.
Yeah, we got 3 wins, 2 seconds, and a 6th, so definitely really good. Yeah, the car's just been there all year. I got to thank my team. They've been, those guys, we wouldn't be as consistent as we are.
Now, obviously here tonight, you don't have the Only Forest Championship anymore. You lost that to Colin Wilms. What's going to be the key for you to get that back here tonight heading into the feature race?
Obviously, you know, just finding those holes and racing smooth. But to be honest, a win would be awesome. But, you know, another win's another 50 pounds. So, you know, we're just plugging away at top 5s and, you know, trying to get our points back from that blown tire we had at the beginning of the season.
Well, best of luck to you tonight and the rest of the season.
Thank you.
Back upstairs to the Friels.
Thanks, Jeremy. As we get ready for the driver introductions, we see the OSS cars getting lined up on the front stretch. It looks like the 33 is going to be on the pole here to start the 100-lap feature. It's going to be tough. He's the only one in qualifying to run sub 20. So what are these cars behind him going to have to do to try and catch this guy that's pretty quick?
I hope somebody made some adjustments. He's 0.3 faster, so interested to see if he just runs away with this or if somebody's going to give him a little bit of contention. So interested to see what happens there. But we also heard Charlie Verhoeven say that another win is another 50 pounds. So would you give up the win for 50 pounds? Would you sit in second for points? We'll have to wait and see what he decides to do as well.
Yeah, that's right. It's a game within a game, I guess, if you want to say it that way. If you're near the top of the the standings and you don't have to finish first to get maximum points, maybe it is a good strategy to kind of sit back and maybe grab points, maybe a top 3, top 5 finish, depending on, again, strategy and what every driver has in the back of their head going on.
Yeah, the racer in me wants the win, but that team had 100 pounds added, and you saw them struggle a little bit with setup. It looks like they've got that figured out for tonight. So what would that other 50 pounds do? Is that going to push them further towards the wall? Will they be able to set up the car a little bit differently? It all depends, right? So that's something that they have to think about too as a team, and how they want to make this push for the rest of the season and this points battle. He said he's chasing those 50 points that he lost at the beginning of the year, so that's the chase that he's making with Matt Langford. So will those extra 2 points make a difference in order at the end of the year to win that race or to let it go? So it is a tough battle, but the racer in me always wants the win, so we'll have to see what the 8 does.
No, it's for sure. It's competitive. You're out there. You're paying the money to be here and putting the time, energy, and effort into the car during the week to get it set up for a Friday night at Delaware Speedway. So, yeah, obviously a win would be absolutely fantastic. Paint that other sticker on your car and say, hey, look, I'm a feature race winner here at Delaware. But yeah, again, it's strategy and exactly that game within a game and what plays in the back of your head every time you go out on that track.
He's also got Joe Lawrence out there tonight, and that's going to make a huge difference too. Joe's always wicked fast, and I've known Joe for a lot of years, and I don't think he knows what the word lift means. Joe's going to drive that car to everything it's got, so I fully expect to see the 28 near the front of the field.
That's right, and with no B main tonight for the bone stock division, because obviously the OSS running 100 laps, there's not a lot of time, plus they want to try and get King of the Hill in tonight as well. The bone stock drivers, I guess, had to have a little bit of a different mentality and a different strategy coming into tonight, because there is no second chance to try and get into that feature race tonight.
I also think that the car count is right around that number that they normally float around tonight, so I think that's probably why they went to no bean main. Normally there's 35 start. I think we're kind of right there with what I saw for heat race qualifying. With that being said, there was probably a little bit less pressure on those heat races other than for the start that they're going to make. So with that being said, they are still going to be competitive in those heat races, but also it takes a little bit of pressure off of those people who are used to having to fight their way into that A main. It also gives the drivers a little bit more time to settle, maybe make some adjustments as well.
That's right. As we got the radar in front of us here, kind of take us through what the system is looking like here as we enter into the later stages of the night, trying to get these feature races in.
Yeah, so that was, you can see, around 7:30. So coming up here, it looks like we do have some rain on the way. You see those big systems coming through, so we will be fighting that. We'll have to see if the Delaware vortex comes into play. A couple weeks ago, we were going, oh, is it going to rain? And it just happened to like part and go either side of us. We got super lucky. I mean, we did get poured on by the time we went to pack everything up that goes into this production. So good on the guys in the truck, as well as all the camera crew that have to set up and take down every single week. They kept all the equipment good and got those cameras away before they got completely drenched.
That's right. And as we have some time, want to let our listeners know we won't be here next Friday night, but that doesn't mean Delaware Speedway is just sitting dormant. There's going to be 2 action-packed days of monster trucks here. So if you're looking for tickets, DelawareSpeedway.com. Always a fun show to bring kids to and just watch the big trucks crush some cars.
Yeah, they say it all the time. You may have seen it before in different venues, but there's nothing like having it open here at Delaware Speedway. There's a lot more room. They can really gear up, and they're going to crush some cars, and there's going to be some dirt. We might see some wheelies. So definitely make sure that you get a ticket at DelawareSpeedway.com, and you are here in attendance. We will not be on air again. We will not be here. We will not be on air. But Delaware will be open for Monster Jam for 2 days straight.
That's right. As we get ready, we'll be back with more Delaware Speedway racing on Rogers TV, brought to you by Ray Collins Chevrolet.
Hi, I'm Steve McCaw from Ray Cullen Chevrolet. Welcome to the 2025 race season. From the Ray Cullen Chevrolet family, we are excited about another great year.
Bring the family to Pizza Hut's all-you-can-eat buffet. Fresh pizzas, pasta, and salads, something for everyone. Great taste, great time, all in one place. Pizza Hut, where family meals are unforgettable.
Join the high-energy, bodyweight-based workouts of the Thunder Twins. Gerald and Harold will get all shapes and sizes up and moving.
You just don't go down as low. No. We want you to cross your body, though, and do a slight bend.
Catch the Thunder Mondays at noon.
Welcome back, Delaware Speedway Racing on Rogers TV, brought to you by Ray Collins Chevrolet. Show your support for Delaware Speedway with the latest 2025 season merchandise. From classic hoodies and comfortable t-shirts to stylish hats, there's something for every race fan. Whether you're watching from the grandstands or following the action from home, you can shop online anytime at DelawareSpeedway.com. Order now and represent the excitement of Delaware Speedway in style. We are still just getting through the last of the driver introductions for the OSS Traveling Series, their second time here at the half mile at Delaware Speedway. It's going to go down to, we're going to get ready for the big driver start your engines here. We're going to get rolling here.
On behalf of High Park Equipment, drivers, start your engine!
$500. Last call for 50-50.
There we go. Thank you for that. Drivers, the engines are started. We're going to get ready for some feature racing. There's the 33, the points leader in this series. Kate, take us through it.
33 of Connor James is on the pole. He's 0.3 faster than the rest of this field, so should be interesting to see how that all shakes out.
That's right, as we get ready here for the 100-lap feature race of the OSS Traveling Series. The 25
of Cooper Albertine is on the outside of the front row, so interested to see those two out there. Both have definitely ran some laps here at Delaware. I believe they both ran some junior late models, but I don't know if they ran here for sure. I'm pretty sure Cooper did, but interested to see some faces back. Always nice when that happens. See the 86 there on screen of Caden Patrick. Typically runs that car here as well in our V8 stock class. But it's okay, Caden. You can go faster than 21.1 today, and you do not have to serve a stop-and-go penalty.
Yeah, that's right. He's, like you mentioned, driving in that V8 stock class. 21.1 second breakout rule comes rearing its ugly head sometimes as we see some of the safety crew.
They're probably going to do a push start on that 79. He talked about it earlier that the clutch is a little bit sticky, so I'm sure that that's probably why the push vehicle's out there, just in case that 79 needs a little bit of help getting there into first gear. So I'm assuming that that's why we see the safety crew out there in the push cart.
That's right, as we are still under the red flag here, the red lights on at the Speedway, as we got some race officials going up and down the front stretch here, going to making sure all the cars are, oh, pace car driver, I believe that's Gary Adrianson, just running around going for a pre-race stroll. Finally gets himself in that pace car, and I think with that, yellow lights are flashing here.
I think Gary just missed his interviews now that he's in the pace car, so he wanted to show a little jog on TV and get some airtime.
Yeah, missing his airtime. But there we go. He's ready in the pace car. He's going to take these cars of the OSS series around under caution speed as we get ready for what should be a crazy, interesting, fun 100 laps around the half mile. Don't know what exactly that's going to bring and entail, but we shall wait and see. Thank you for tuning in wherever you are tuning in from on Rogers TV and Rogers TV YouTube channel. We appreciate the viewership each and every Friday, and again, thanks to the staff, the volunteers that are able to help get this production going each and every week. And Kate, what do you think this 100 laps is gonna bring here in the half mile?
I'm interested to see what anyone in this field has for Connor James. He put on a clinic in qualifying, and he doesn't have to start in traffic, so it's not like he has to work his way to the front. He gets to start on the pole. Now sometimes that can be a good thing, and sometimes it means there's a lot more pressure. So we'll have to see what Cooper has for Connor James at the beginning of this race. Doug Cathcart is up there in the 48, as well as Todd Shepard in the 47. We talked about it earlier, the 47 being spotted for by Ray Morneau. We've already got a car in the pits. Looks like they're going under the back. Maybe the gas cap wasn't fully on the 8 machine of Chad McGlynn. So it looks like crew does a quick check. We're getting some pins back in. And good to go.
Gets the tap of the back of the car, and Chad McGlynn ready to get back on the track here, still under caution, waiting to start this 100-lap feature of the OSS division traveling series. As you mentioned, Kate, their second time here at Delaware Speedway. They were here at the beginning of the year So it's how much does it change going from track to track for these drivers, just to make sure everything's set up properly and just making sure the distance obviously is in check, making sure they are doing the right thing to make sure they're getting around the track as safely and as quick as possible?
So when you are in a traveling series, I know this from past experiences. Normally you've got a book. You've got a book of every track, where we're starting. Is it hot? Is it cold? What kind of temperatures are we running? The more you run in a traveling series, the more you've been to more tracks, you're going to develop kind of almost like a manual of where you want to start with a setup when you go to the track. So it's a lot of work on a traveling series, especially if they're running week to week.
For 100 laps OSS action.
So again, we've got James, Aberdeen, Cathcart, Shepard, Patrick. That's Brendan Patrick. Chad McGlynn back into his spot. Then we've got the 38 of McCullough, Travlin, Sean McGlynn, Belcan, Robinson, and Caden Patrick in this field. We're going to the green flag.
Green flag's in the air. We're racing at Delaware Speedway. 100 laps the scheduled distance in the OSS feature, as Cooper Albertine is sticking side by side with Connor James, giving him a race for his money so far. As we'll see if that changes. A little bit of bumping, and out of turn 4, it's going to be Albertine at the line getting a lead, but it's not by a lot.
But we've seen it in the V8 stocks as well. That upper groove works here at Delaware. We've got 2 solid racing grooves, and Cooper Albertine's showing us all what that second groove's got.
That's right. Out of 4, Albertine goes a little high out of 4, but he's still able to maintain a close gap with Connor James. Connor James does retake the lead out down the back stretch. It's Connor James going to start to pull away, but as they enter the corner, it's Cooper Albertine able to have some good corner entry and exit to keep that gap close. Connor James on the straightaway looking a little faster.
Yeah, the 25 of Cooper Albertine looks super loose. But that also could be a part of their long game, right? Are we going to start loose and hope the car tightens up? Is that something that this car does with the way that he drives it? We'll have to wait and see.
That's right, we see some single file action here, as it's Connor James in the first spot, Cooper Albertine in second, and Brendan Patrick in third. Those top 3, and then the rest of the pack trying to keep themselves close.
Albertine looked to the inside coming out of the corner, so those tire pressures may come up throughout this race as well. So that as the tire grows, the circumference of the tire gets bigger, possibly creating more stagger than what they started with. Could put a little bit more bite in that front tire. Could also help settle at the back end, depending on what's pushing or what is loose on any of these cars throughout the field. But Albertine looks like he might give James a little bit of a run here.
That's right, it's the top 3, put a blanket on them, so to speak. They've kind of pulled themselves away from the rest of the pack. Connor James sitting first, Cooper Albertine in second, and then it's the 0-2 of Brendan Patrick in third. Patrick trying to get down low to make that pass on the inside of Albertine right here out of turn 2.
Brendan Patrick to the inside. That car is also looking very racy. Albertine, you see the car kind of slide there through the middle of the corner. But there goes 0-2, Brendan Patrick into the second spot.
That's right, Brendan Patrick able to make that move on the inside of Albertine, taking up second position. There's the race you see on our screen now. That's second and third. And then it's Connor James still in first, but the cars behind him are very close in his rearview mirror. He's probably going to want to distance himself a little bit, but again, 100 laps, we're about 9 laps in. It's the long game you got to play here on 100 laps around the racetrack.
And I'm wondering if James is kind of holding back a little bit. His qualifying times were all sub 20, and right now the fastest lap on the track actually goes to the 02 of Brendan Patrick. So I'm interested to see, is James saving some of his stuff because of how lengthy this race is? We're only 10 laps in, and he's still got everybody in his rearview mirror, which is where he wants them. But is he holding back some of the car, or has Brendan Patrick just made adjustments to make him that much faster?
Yeah, we'll have to see what Patrick can do as this race wears on. It's exactly what you said. See what Connor James might still have in the tank. Because like you said, he could be holding back. I'm in first. I don't need to exert any more of this car than I have to until the time warrants it. As we are 88 laps to go here. The battle for first and second is right there on our screen, as Alberton is still in the mix as well in third. The 47 of Todd Shepard trying to make his way and make his name present in this race as well.
Yeah, Shepard's been doing a good job too, just making consistent laps and really trying to just hang with the top three, making sure they're not too far out of striking distance for when the time comes. But like we said, this is a long race. So far, we're not even fully 15 laps in, so it's gonna take some time. We've got a long race ahead. Make sure you're in there, you're calm, you're confident, but you're always within striking distance just in case.
That's right, and like you said, that's a key word. Striking distance is what you want to be in for sure, Kate. As we come to the line here, it's still that tight race between Connor James and Brendan Patrick. They're nose to tail, single file down the back. About 1.5 car length lead for James as out of the turn. Braden Patrick making that, closing that gap in and out of the turns.
Yeah, take a look here. The 9 has a bit of a tire rub going on there. So that is the 9 of Sean McGlynn. So we'll have to keep an eye on that as well. See if that plays a difference within this field. Running about mid-pack right now.
Do we get a replay here, Kate? See.
Yeah, so you can see it right there. See a little bit of the tire rub. There's the smoke coming out. So definitely just keep an eye on the 9 car. See if that does make a difference. Does it cut down the tire and really change things? Will we have to have another restart? We'll have to wait and see.
Right there, so we see the top 3 still keeping themselves nice and tight here. A little bit of lap traffic, about half a straightaway away. That's the 93 of Nathaniel Greenaway. See how the leaders can maneuver that one car in lap traffic.
Yeah, unfortunate for the 79 of Kyle Instead. It looks like clutch maybe was an issue, as that car is parked in the trailer. Only made it about 6 laps in, so unfortunate and tough break for the 79. Started the evening off a little rough, and unfortunately is over at the trailer.
Yeah, unfortunate, like you said, for the 79 of Kyle Instead. But as we get a look here, it's still Connor James and Brendan Patrick in a battle for the top spot. They have now really distanced themselves from Alberton and Shepard, 3rd and 4th. About a half a straightaway lead for the top 2 of this race compared to the next 2 in this field. And Patrick's keeping himself in it. He's given James a bit of a run, and we'll have to see how that progresses and stays as this race develops.
Yeah, it looked like Albertine and Shepard had a few off laps where they were running a little bit slower than they had been so far this race, and that really did affect the distance that was able to be created from James and Brendan Patrick.
Yeah, that's right. As we see, they're down the back into turn 3. Going to be coming to the front stretch this time by. It'll be 77 laps to go. 100 laps was the scheduled distance here. And these two are just staying nose to tail, running clean, giving themselves a lot of space, making sure they don't do anything that's going to jeopardize their car. And then as this race goes on, you might see some moves start to be made depending on where everybody else is in the field.
Yeah, and speaking of moves being made, the 38 of Darren McCullough was able to just slide into that 5th spot. 9 is on fire. 9's able to get off the track. I'm assuming the safety crew will be right there.
It looks like the fire has subsided, but that thing it's still on fire.
Yeah, we are under caution here as we got another look at it. Kate, take us through it.
So here's the 9 going down the backstretch. You see right there, we got smoke. Lots of smoke coming out of the 9. And there it is, right there. So it looks like we have some fire. Every racer hates a fire. Get off the track as quickly and as safely as possible. Safety crew able to get there. It looks like the fire is out, as nobody's going too hectic right now, so that is always a good sign. Window net is down, so definitely happy to see that the 9's okay.
That's right. As the safety crew takes care of the 9, we'll step aside. We'll be back with more Delaware Speedway racing on Rogers TV, brought to you by Ray Cullen Chevrolet.
Blow out all candles before you leave the room or go to bed.
Never leave a burning candle unattended.
When you go out, don't forget to blow out.
In the Paint Box, host Jane Roy puts a spotlight on various aspects of the vibrant visual art community in the City of London. The Paint Box, Mondays at 5:30 p.m.
It's closing time, and you stayed out longer than you planned. So now you can't drive, and the buses have stopped running. You could always call your girlfriend. Or maybe your roommate? What about your best friend? You could just dial 1-888-TAXI-GUY or use the Taxi Guy app. The call and the app are free, and they both connect you to a local cab company to bring you home safely. Visit arrivealive.org to find out more. Arrive Alive, drive sober.
Welcome back, Delaware Speedway Racing on Rogers TV, brought to you by Ray Cullen Chevrolet. We are under caution as there was some fire on the 9 machine. Kate, you're going to get another look at it.
Yeah, so we had said tire rub, and then there was some other smoke. We had a fire in the 9 machine at the front end there. It went out fairly quickly, as we don't see it fully happening there. Safety crew was able to attend to it, make sure everything was good. The 9 has rolled to the trailer. That was the 9 of Sean McGlynn.
As we are still under caution, going to wait for all the cars to get back on the track, get back into proper positioning, as race control is going to let everybody know where they should be as we get ready. 77 laps to go. It started out 100 laps, the scheduled distance in this OSS feature tonight at Delaware Speedway. They're a second time here at the half mile. Kate, so far it's been a good battle at the front between the 33 of Connor James and the 02 of Brendan Patrick.
Yeah, got some pressure from Braden Patrick. Also, Cooper Albertine was up there. So interested to see if this restart will help settle everybody down. It'll give the 25 and the 47 time to catch back up, but also don't count out that 38 of Derek McCullough. Definitely has some laughs in his household last name here at Delaware Speedway. It looks like Caden Patrick is on pit road there. Crew's under the back. It looks like we might be topping up with some fuel.
That's right. And so obviously they have run some hot laps here, and then they go to caution as we get a look at the 86 filling up with some fuel. How does the heat in the tires going really hot because you're full pace running at top speed, and then now you're in caution speed, you're running some caution laps, the tires cooling down, how will that maybe play a factor in a restart to try and get those heat back in the tires?
Well, some vehicles are running better in the long run right now, and some may have had a better short run. So they're still moving on the track. I don't think that the heat's going to drop significant enough, but it may go back to about mid-run. So who was having some great mid-run laps? That might be where their tire temperature is going to start off this restart. But it is definitely something that every crew's going to think about is how do we want to play this? We had a few slower laps from the 25 and the 47, and that kind of gave the distance for the top two to stretch that out. But now everybody's grouped back together. So caution definitely making a difference, going to pack this field back together and hopefully give us some more action.
That's right. We see the 86 out of pit lane on the backstretch trying to regain his position in the field. And we see the 19 coming out of the pits as well, trying to get back on the track into the field. Still under caution here, 77 laps to go in this feature race of the OSS. The white flag is in the hand of the flag man in the flag stand, as will be 1 lap to go under caution this time by. They'll re-rack, restack, double up in the field, and get ready for green flag racing here. Still to go, 77 laps as mentioned here in this feature race for the Ontario Sportsman Series. Get a good look at the field coming by the start-finish line. One last time under caution. The lights are off the Delaware Speedway pace car. They'll go down the back one final time. And then as they leave exit turn 3, the pace car will dip off the track, and these cars will come into 4, then turn themselves to the flag stand looking for that green flag to fly. There it is. The pace car is off the track. Cars into turn 4. Out of 4, looking to the flag stand. Green flag is in the air. We're back to racing here at Delaware Speedway. And what a start it was for the 33 of Connor James. He was able to get a great push across the line, and he still holds the top spot. It's the 02 of Brendan Patrick, and then the 25 of Cooper Alberton, and the 47 of Todd Shepard, the 38 of Derek McCullough rounding out the top 5 so far here after the restart. 76 laps to go. It's still about a car length lead gap between James and Patrick down the back into turn 3. As Patrick exits 3, he has a good corner exit, and he's able to close that gap a little bit on James across the start-finish line. As well, it's Cooper Alberton, as he's trying to keep himself in the mix of a top 3 position. As we come up out of 4 down the front, nose to tail are the leaders, Connor James and Brendan Patrick.
Yeah, Albertine definitely did okay off that restart, but that car still looks wicked loose. The 02 of Brendan Patrick is right alongside Connor James. So I definitely see some adjustments happening from some other crews. But Connor James took down his fastest lap that time by, and the fastest lap of this race so far last time by.
We still have not seen Connor James run a sub-20 lap in the race so far. He did that in qualifying to get himself on the pole. So we'll see exactly what he has as the race wears on. He's, like we mentioned before though, he's in
Cooper Albertine slow on the front stretch.
Yeah, something wrong with Cooper Albertine's car as he might be coming to a stop on the front stretch. He does, and that will bring out the yellow flag once again, second caution.
You see a little bit of fire coming out of that exhaust pipe.
Maybe trying to get himself started back up. Safety crew out there. We're going to get a replay, Kate.
There he is right there. The third car, the black and yellow machine, just slow on the front stretch. A little bit of fire coming out of the exhaust, but something definitely wrong on the 25 machine. Was having a great run.
Yeah, he's getting a push here to see if he can kickstart his car. It looks like he'll get pushed.
I think he's
off
just
the
getting
track.
a push right back to the trailer for now. I think his crew's already headed over that way, or they may be ready in the pit stall. So we'll have to wait and see where the 25 machine goes. But not where you want to be when you're running third in front of the push machine.
So he's still getting pushed down the backstretch.
Most of the teams are pitted on pit road.
Right.
there is a lot of traveling series that if you're going to go to work on things, everything is done on pit road. Even when they travel other tracks, a lot of them have to be on pit side. It's a 100-lap race, so things may happen under green flag conditions, so it's easier to go onto the pit road in order to do things. If a car is going to be retired, though, that's when we're going to probably see them go towards the hauler just to make things easier. But the 25 is being rolled into the pit stall, and the crew's going to go to work.
As we see the crew go to work, we'll step aside. It's more Delaware Speedway Racing on Rogers TV, brought to you by Ray Cullen Chevrolet after this.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mario Elia, host of Keeping London Healthy here on Rogers TV. Join us Wednesdays at 6:30 where we discuss health topics relevant to you and bringing on experts in the field to give you the best, most up-to-date information. See you then.
You're watching an interesting local show on Rogers TV and you want to know more. That's when you head to RogersTV.com. Our website provides more information about our programs, our hosts, our schedule, and about how you too can get involved with Rogers TV. Visit us online at RogersTV.com.
Jack 102.3, playing hits of the 80s, 90s, and more. So you can have the time of your life again. And again. For hits of the 80s, 90s, and more, listen to Jack 102.3.
Welcome back, Delaware Speedway Racing on Rogers TV, brought to you by Ray Cullen Chevrolet. We are back green flag racing here with the OSS 100-lap feature. 71 laps to go, this time by in a wreck here on the front stretch. The 27 is destroyed. The 48 has the front end gone, and there is another car coming into turn one that his front end is absolutely a wreck here. We are under red flag conditions right away here. Get a replay. Kate, take us through it.
Yeah, coming straight off of turn 2. It looks like the 27 just started to drift up the track. Just collects. The 48 takes the back end there a little bit, but it looked like the 27 came up the track. Not quite an all clear, I don't think. And ends up getting clipped by the 48. You can see the 8
of that's
McGlynn
8
machine.
of Chad McGlynn. Absolutely. We'll take another look at it here from a different angle.
Watch the white 48 on the outside and the 27, the black and orange vehicle. She goes to slide up the track, but the 48 got a great run on the outside and just happened to collect the 27 there.
Yeah, it looked to me like
That's a hard lick on that wall too. When you go kind of from the bottom and you get turned up into this outside wall, that wall is a hard one there.
Another look here, another good camera angle here as we see just coming into the back of your screen there. The 48 kind of, I looked like it kind of drifted. The 27 also maybe have drifted and kind of just touched nose to back. And
to me, it looks like that 48 just had a mean run on the outside, and the 27 coming up the track with that that really good run by the 48, just bad collision. But yeah, from all those different angles, I think that was just hard racing. The 48 got a great run on the outside coming out of that corner, and unfortunately, that does not look good. Here's another look.
Another good look here.
They can't see your hands, but I know what's going on here.
Yeah, I see the 48 just running hard on the outside and the 27 just kind of sliding up. Yeah.
Unfortunate series of events here.
You do see the 25, though, when we left you was on pit road, is now back on the racetrack. I think that machine's probably going to run, but we are under red flag conditions here.
do have to say here, the drivers look none the worse for wear, which is a good thing. They're out of their cars talking to officials and staff here, so it's looking like, oh, we got one guy on the radio trying to make sure things are going to get taken care of.
Yeah, we saw the 27. Amber, I believe, just going to get checked out by some staff.
Another look at it.
So the first collision is those two there, the 48 and the 27. But watch this 8 machine. You just see go flying off the wall, spins around. Lots of damage, lots of used up race cars. We've still got 72 laps to go in this race, and we've lost a few race cars.
As we see a couple of them on the front
Here, we're going to
stretch.
get to see what happens here to the 8 machine. So there's a 27. Watch this 8 machine. Just catches back end off the wall under the starter stand and then to the inside wall. That's a hard lick. You saw a whole bunch of that race car almost do the worm.
Yeah, that was quite the impact.
But that's him there on his vehicle. So that's what the safety equipment does here. That is the 8 of Chad McGlynn.
Unfortunate end to these drivers' nights that were collected in this crash. As we are still under red flag conditions, we'll step aside. More Delaware Speedway racing on Rogers TV, brought to you by Ray Cullen Chevrolet after this.
This program is brought to you by Rogers Xfinity, connecting you to more of what you love. Visit Rogers.com for more details.
Ray Cullen Chevrolet. Ray saves you money, and that's the key on Chevy, Buick, GMC. Ray Cullen Chevrolet. You should drive by Ray today.
After a night out with your friends, there's always options for getting home safely. You could call your BFF, your mom or dad, whoever you can count on for a safe ride home. You could call your favorite cab company or 1-888 taxi guy, or you could use the Arrival Live smartphone app to help you choose your ride. Be it a friend, transit, or taxi, getting home safely is app easy. Now available for iOS and Android devices. Visit arrivallive.org to find out more. Arrival Live, drive sober.
Welcome back. Delaware Speedway Racing on Rogers TV, brought to you by Ray Cullen Chevrolet. Under red flag conditions here after a massive wreck on the front stretch. Kate, we're going to take a look at it quick here right away.
So you see the 27 going into the outside wall off of the front of the 48, and here's the 8 machine. Watch the wreckage on this inside wall. So you just see everything get destroyed.
Another quick look at it here as well. The 48 into the back, a little bit of the 27, and then the rest is what you see here. A couple other cars involved. As mentioned, you saw in the first replay the 8 of Chad McGlynn kind of get taken up into that as well. We see there he is. Good that he's able to sit on his car as it is on the business end of his hook. He's probably not happy that his car is looking that type of way, but at the end of the day, he's able to kind of walk away from it and be okay.
Yeah, it is twisted. You can see that car's real bent. Look at the sheet metal there around that front tire as well. But Chad McGlynn's good. And he's up on that race car.
There's the 48 on the back stretch. No front bumper at all as it was taken off.
I think the 48 got the least of that. It looked like the 48 to me just got a really good run on that outside. The 27 kind of slides up coming out of that corner. I don't think expecting the run that the 48 had, just had a mean run on the outside. And just a little bit of racing, unfortunately, collects that car. That car's probably done for the night.
As we see some of the safety crew trying to get that quick dry off the track, as these OSS cars will have to go through that for sure. There's a lot of fluid coming out of the vehicles that got wrecked there, the 27 car. And Kate, let's take a look at what we got on the radar coming through the area.
Unfortunately, we're getting a little bit of precipitation here at the track. It looks like a system is about to come through, so we will just have to bear with whatever it brings us, but we are getting a little bit of rain here at the track. We don't like the R word in the racing world, and not racing, but rain. So we are waiting to see what call we're going to make. But the yellow flag is in starter Aiden's hand and back on the track. So cars are fired up, and we'll just have to wait and see what they decide to do. But with that being said,
that's right. We will step aside. It's Delaware Speedway Racing on Rogers TV, brought to you by Ray Collins Chevrolet.
Bring the family to Pizza Hut's all-you-can-eat buffet. Fresh pizzas, pasta, and salads, something for everyone. Great taste, great time, all in one place. Pizza Hut, where family meals are unforgettable.
Join the high-energy bodyweight-based workouts of the Thunder Twins. Gerald and Harold will get all shapes and sizes up and moving. Catch the Thunder Mondays at noon.
Jeff from Chillin' and Grillin' with Jeff here, and we're back for another fantastic season of Chillin' and Grillin' with Jeff. We're going to cook some great food with some really great folks. We're going to use some unique barbecues, and we're going to have a lot of fun. As always, I'm going to be wearing some pretty unique shirts as well. Watch Chillin' and Grillin' with Jeff Thursdays at 7:30.
Welcome back, Delaware Speedway Racing on Rogers TV, brought to you by Ray Collins Chevrolet. Show your support for Delaware Speedway with the latest 2025 season merchandise, from classic hoodies and comfortable t-shirts to stylish hats. There's something for every race fan. Whether you're watching from the grandstands or following the action from home, you can shop online anytime at DelawareSpeedway.com. Order now and represent the excitement of Delaware Speedway in style. We are still under caution here as the safety crew is trying to maneuver the quick dry on the track. Here's why we're under caution. We were under red flag conditions. Here's why, Kate.
Yeah, you see that wreckage, the 27 into the outside wall off of the front nose of the 48 machine. Then you see the 8 of McGlynn into that inner wall after hitting the outside.
Another look at it, 48. Kind of gets into the back of the 27. Both cars looked a little bit squirrely, in my opinion. It's from what I can see. We don't know exactly what happened. We weren't in the cars to know, but nonetheless, the drivers seem to be okay. Their cars not so much, but we are back under the yellow flag conditions, so the cars are rolling under caution laps.
The 48 machine is still on the track. I said that I thought that he probably got the least of the damage there. So Cathcart still remains on the track. I think everybody's trying to make the decision in regards to weather as well.
That's right.
We've got a little bit of raindrops happening, nothing over the top.
Still 72 laps to go here in this feature race for the Ontario Sportsman Series. Traveling series here at Delaware Speedway for the second time in their season. And this will see exactly what Connor James has on another restart, as Brendan Patrick has been keeping close tabs on him for the race. and then it's going to be Derek McCullough, Todd Shepard, and it was the 27, but sadly her night will end as she was part of the wreck on the front stretch. We are still under caution at the Speedway. 72 laps still to go once we get back to green flag racing. As you mentioned, Kate, a few raindrops sprinkling down here at the track. Nothing too serious as of yet. We get a look here at the points leader and the race leader, the 33 of Connor James, running very well. Nothing sub 20 like he did in qualifying, but again, this long of a race, you keep maybe a little bit in the tank for later on in case the people behind you are going to try and make a push.
Yeah, he's running 20.2s, so getting close to the qualifying, but like still 0.4 slower than in qualifying. Just getting a look there at the racetrack and all of our cars rolling through. So we'll have to see what the race control decides to do and what that means for the program. It looks like starter Aiden's putting down that yellow flag. I see a white flag in hand. We're going to go back racing.
That's right. One more lap under caution as the cars go by this time. They'll start to double up, get ready to restack and re-rack and get that green flag back in the air for some racing here on a Friday night at Delaware Speedway. Again, we'd like to take this time to thank you, the viewers, for tuning in wherever you may be tuning in from. Week in and week out, and thank you to all the volunteers that make this production go and the producers in the truck that get this show on your TV screens. As we are doubled up, pace car gonna go off the track out of 3, the cars into 4 to the front stretch. Green flag is in the air. We're racing here at Delaware Speedway. Again, a good start by the leader of Connor James, but Patrick there too, not gonna go away without a fight.
No, definitely not. But you do see the 38 of Derek McCullough go to the inside.
A little bit of contact there between McCullough and Patrick as McCullough is trying to gain a spot.
Able to stay out of there, saving some cars. We didn't collect any that time, so no harm, no foul. You're just losing a little bit of track position, and back full throttle they're going. Look who just slid into 4th place, though. Hello, Caden Patrick.
Caden Patrick, yeah, got some fuel earlier on in the race, able to get back, and he's now back and sitting in 4th.
Take a look at the bottom of your screen. We got a replay of the 38. McCullough inside of Patrick. Just gets into the door sideways. They both stay straight after that. McCullough rolls out of the gas. Everybody lines back up. That did affect behind because Caden Patrick was able to slide back into position. Caden Patrick just slid up the track, and the 47 goes to the inside with Cooper Albertine back in that top chase.
That's right, Albertine looking to get himself back towards the top where he started before he had some mechanical issues in his car. But we get the race here. It's James and Patrick battling for top spot. It's about a 4 to 5 car length lead on the backstretch, but into the corner, Patrick able to close the gap.
Yeah, Patrick closes the gap for now, but I don't expect that 25 car to go away. But at the front of our pack, we've got Connor James, we've got Brendan Patrick, and Derek McCullough, top 3. Look at the gap there between 1st and 3rd.
It is a good size gap as we have 66 laps, that time by the stripe. Still leading the way is the 33 of Connor James. The 02 of Brendan Patrick still trying to close that gap and keep close as this race continues. 3rd place has kind of got a distance to make up here, this time by 65 laps to go. Out of 1 into 2, down the back stretch. And And that's where Connor James, I think, is able to kind of spread himself out. He has better straightaway speed. The corners are looking a little better from Patrick, from my view. Well, what do you think how this race is going so far?
Yeah, everybody's running great, but Connor James, he showed it in qualifying. He's going to be the fastest one out there. And as it keeps going, he's getting faster and faster. So interested to see. Probably just wants to keep that car at the front of this pack. We did see weather is in the distance. So keeping this car near the front is what he wants to do, because you never know when things can change.
That's
when
right.
a race can go under caution or when we can go into a hold due to weather. But we're hoping to go the distance. 62 laps to go for Connor James.
Connor James wants to keep the rest of the cars in his rear view mirror. He's doing a good job of that so far. As we look at the bottom of the screen, the radar system not looking too great as the time drags on. So far, just a few different drops every round again, but the distance doesn't look too good weather-wise. But on the track, Connor James looking absolutely stellar out there, but Patrick still trying to give him a run for his money so far.
We've talked about it before. We're hoping that the Delaware Vortex helps us out here and we can go the rest of the 60 laps and then bring you some bone stock racing.
That's right, as we keep going here. 60 laps to go, that means 40 laps are in the books here at Delaware Speedway in the OSS feature race. As the leaders come around, they come across the line still. Connor James doing his best to keep the cars behind him in his rearview mirror. Doing a great job. Caden Patrick, all he's got to do is stay close. And then as the laps go down, that's when you start making, okay, am I going to make my move now or a bit later? You just got to stay close.
Yeah, Brendan Patrick doing a great job in that O2 machine, definitely holding down that second spot. Might make it charge for first, but Connor James has been wicked fast. He showed his stance in qualifying. He said, you guys want to go 20 seconds? I'm going to go 19. So we will see if anybody is able to lead the charge. We don't know. That qualifying's 5 laps. So 5 laps is a whole lot different than going the full distance. Is this car going to work really well on the long run? It seems to be doing okay so far, but we've had some shorter bursts. If we go green the rest of the way, what does that look like for the 33 machine? Are they going to be able to push that way? Is the tire pressure going to make a difference? How's the car going to handle as this race goes on? But that also qualifies to everybody else in this field. So we'll just have to see how these laps stick away.
That's right. The top two did have to maneuver around the 93 of Nathaniel Greenaway in lap traffic. Did that without a hitch. So they are still clear of everybody else. As the distance between first and second, and then the next 2 cars in the field that are trying to make the trace.
Around in turn 1. I think Kate and Patrick in the 25 were in a battle, and around goes the 25 machine.
Got to look at it here. Into turn 1.
Oh, hits that quick dry.
The quick dry is the culprit for Albertine there.
Also was driving it super hard into that corner, trying to get the run on the inside. That can be the case. You're fighting back positions after an unfortunate mechanical issue that was experienced on the front stretch. So just got to settle in and make sure that you are taking these laps 1 lap at a time. There's still 56 laps left, and so much for going green the rest of the way. I think you just put the announcer's jinx on it. So Connor James, probably not what he wanted to see, but he's been so good this race so far. He's probably like, oh, another restart.
That's right. He's had great restarts after the other cautions that have happened on the Speedway so far tonight. He'll just have to have another good one. See if Patrick can do what he does to get himself, again, staying close to James as That's all you got to do in this race of this distance, of this length, is stay close and give yourself a shot towards the end to make that pass, if that's what you're planning on doing, and to come into victory lane and take away that checkered flag.
Yeah, so Connor James just having a great run out front. Here's another look. Oh, I guess we're going back to the leader. So here's that weather that's coming in. So it looks like it's coming from the Michigan way, and it's coming across. And with that being said, I'd like to say hi to some family that's tuning in from Michigan right now. Haven't got to hear this name a lot this year so far because he hasn't been racing here, but former late model driver of Delaware Speedway, Patrick Friel, and the rest of the family tuning in from Michigan tonight.
Yeah, again, thanks to all the viewers tuning in from wherever you're tuning in. It's great to have the support, and we appreciate it. It's always fun to tune in on a Friday night at Delaware Speedway to see the divisions that are here in racing, because lately, the last couple of weeks, the ones that I've broadcast myself and the ones I've watched on TV, the finishes have been spectacular through every division as we are getting ready for green flag racing once again in the OSS feature race. 100 laps, they're doubled up, they're ready to go. We're going to see what Connor James has on this restart as they come out of turn 4. Look to the flag stand. Green flag is in the air. And that is a pretty good start for both James and Patrick. They're able to stay side by side. But again, the 33 of Connor James able to pull away down the back. As I've said, he's had that great straightaway speed all race, especially on the restarts. But that 38 now is making a charge. That's Derek McCullough. He's trying to grab second position.
Yellow on the track. We've got yellow on the track.
Everybody's looking like they're going the right spot, unless that is a start they did not like from race control, potentially. Not exactly too sure.
Or it could be rain. This is a big half-mile track, and we don't know if there's rain possibly in one spot, and we just might not be feeling it where we're standing just yet. It looked like by the radar it was real close. I don't know if we're going to escape the edge of it or not.
As we will wait and see, we are under. All right, Jer, what kind of update do you have down from the pits?
Well, from down here in the pits, it's currently kind of spinning. It did pick up a little bit, then it lightened again. Obviously, if you look towards turns 3 and 4, the skies have gotten a little darker. You guys have mentioned the radar so far this evening, and it doesn't look good after 10 o'clock. Obviously, with the yellow on the speedway, they're concerned about this rain, and so we'll see if we can get this night in or not. We'll have to wait and see. I'll send it back up to you guys upstairs.
Thank you, Jeremy, for the update down in the pits as we are under caution here. I guess race officials are obviously going to make some decisions and look at exactly what is looming beyond the on the radar here as we keep wondering if the weather is going to miss us or not. We'll have to wait and see. There are 56 laps remaining here in the OSS feature race. So far on restarts, the 33 of Connor James has been able to get a great restart when he's had to. So Kate, kind of what does it do as a driver being under caution and not knowing the unpredictability of the weather, especially on a day like today when rain is kind of in and around us?
Yeah, so the heat here around Delaware Speedway has been ridiculous this last little bit. So with that being said, we never know when heat's going to pop up, when it might happen. So the 33 is just going to keep ticking away laps here and see what they can do. But I think they're going to start counting caution laps, and I think they're going to have to because we don't know what's going to happen. We keep seeing on the radar that it's coming just by Kamoka, which is maybe a 5-minute drive to the north of us. So we're hoping it misses us, but we are getting some sprinkle now. And with a little bit of a sprinkle coming in now means we don't know. So it's the unknown, and Connor James is just going to keep ticking laps away, whether it's under caution or green. He's in the first position, and nobody's passing under caution, so he kind of likes his position right now.
That's right, as we've seen laps get ticked off the scoreboard here on the backstretch at Delaware Speedway. Like we said, a few raindrops sporadic here at the Speedway. We remain under caution with the OSS feature race on the track. Its laps are being ticked off here under caution. As mentioned, the weather is going to be a little bit unpredictable. We'll have to wait and see exactly what transpires through this night.
You can see the rain there coming by one of our grandstand lights, and I think that the weather is going to hit us. Just taking another look here at the radar, I do see some weather hitting Delaware, so we're hoping that it's light or it goes away, but right now we are under caution, laps ticking away under caution with some rain at Delaware. So
that's right. As we have some time, we'll step away. We'll be back with more Delaware Speedway racing at Delaware on Rogers TV, presented by Ray Cullen Chevrolet.
Carbon monoxide is a deadly gas you can't see, smell, or taste.
Homes with fuel-burning appliances and/or attached garages must have working CO alarms installed outside all sleeping areas.
Don't let the silent killer get you. Install working CO alarms today.
Public transit, garbage pickup, parks and recreation programs, snow removal on your street. How can you stay informed about these and other important local services? Tune to City Council coverage on Rogers TV. See your community leaders at work on Rogers TV City Council coverage.
The regulars, the guys who keep this place in business. Last week, they had something to celebrate. Jason had just finished university, so they toasted his profs, his TAs, his old roommates. Well, they toasted just about everyone. But I worry about and take care of my guys. So even when I know they're not driving, sometimes that means bringing them a little surprise. And then they had a drink to me.
Brought to you by Smart Serve Ontario and Arrive Alive, Drive Sober.
Welcome back. It's Delaware Speedway Racing on Rogers TV, brought to you by Ray Cullen Chevrolet. As we are under the caution, the yellow and white flags were in the air as we get to the 50-lap mark in this OSS feature race. And it looks like the checkered flags will come out here. Connor James will take the double checkered flags under caution. And there it is. Connor James crossing the start-finish line, taking the double checkered flags as weather is in the area. We've been having some rain sprinkle down on us here at top of the tower. And now it's official. The OSS race is complete. The 33-point leader and race leader from start to finish, Connor James.
Connor James takes the win with the 02 of Brendan Patrick. And then the 38 of Derek McCullough in third place.
Coming down to victory lane is the 33, and then the top three will also, the other two in the top three will park their vehicles on the front stretch as well. The rain's starting to pick up here on the speedway.
But I think I see some bone stocks lining up, so
yeah, we might still be able to get the bone stock feature in. I believe that would be a 35-lap race. And they run a different tire.
They run street tires, so some of them I know like to run a snow tire as well. So they're gonna have more grip than these OSS cars have. So I think we're gonna do some bone stock racing in some light rain.
Yeah, we might be able to get some bone stock racing in.
we'll have to see what happens.
See what race officials say as well as we...
But the 33 of Connor James is down in victory lane, getting ready to get out of the car.
Looks like he's getting set to climb out of this 33 machine.
There he is.
Ladies and gentlemen, your feature
Connor James, the feature race winner, gets the checkered flag, gives a nice salute to the crowd, hops off his car, gives a big kiss to his significant other, and we'll send it down to...
You want to win this one, but take me through your evening.
We'll take them as we can get them, but you know, we qualified on the pole and everything goes off to the two-speed guys. All the guys that came today, Corey, Fuzzy, Ricky, Joe, Jakey, my girlfriend, my mom for supporting me, and yeah, Brendan gave me a lot of pressure there, and we just kind of had to log last and made sure we stayed in front of him. We know he had that big built motor in it, so if we had the rotation speed, that was the main thing.
Connor James, you got a lot of people you want to thank here?
Yeah, obviously Two-Speed Motorsports and Raptor Filter, CM Precision, Caldecott Millwrights, ImageWraps.ca, Elevated Workplace Safety. I'm going to tell you something really quick. I know it's raining, but my dad passed away in January, and this is a paint scheme we did for him, and this is the last place I never got to win at, so I fucking wish he was here. I'm sorry for my language, but I wish I could give him a hug right now, but thank you to everybody that comes out.
An emotional Connor James checks the last one.
Great job from the 33. We'll step aside. It's going to be more Delaware Speedway Racing on Rogers TV, presented by Ray Collins Chevrolet.
Hi, I'm Steve McCaw from Ray Cullen Chevrolet. Welcome to the 2025 race season. From the Ray Cullen Chevrolet family, we are excited about another great year.
October 5th, 2014, my daughter was hit by a train. She was walking along the sides of the tracks, and it shattered her world.
In baseball, there's nothing more important than making it home.
George Springer has tied the game.
Doesn't matter how you get there.
It's gone!
But I do it with style.
Boy, has he got some kind of power.
And a little swagger, too.
Because no matter where you happen to be,
what a play!
There's only one place. Jays fans call home.
Sportsnet.
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 Sportsnet, home of the Blue Jays.
Welcome back. Delaware Speedway Racing on Rogers TV, brought to you by Ray Collins Chevrolet. Getting a look at the OSS feature race winner of the 33 car. A very emotional interview he had as he mentioned his dad passed away in January, and this was the one track he was not able to win at with his dad in attendance. So good for him. Way to get the race win. Bone Sox, I believe, are going to line up, but under a holding pattern as we are in a bit of a rain delay here. Stay tuned. We will, I believe, be going into some rain delay programming, but we will be back as soon as the weather permits.
Everybody, and welcome to the London Ice House. I'm Steve Matthews with Jim Van Horn. We are here for a game between the London Knights and the Windsor Spitfires. Jim, it's almost amazing to say at this point in the season that we have a #1 hockey team in London, Ontario. The last time that we could say that here about the London Knights, it was called the London Gardens.
Yes, that's right.
You couldn't buy beer in this joint.
The seats were blue and red, I think.
And the uniforms were green and white and gold.
Yes, that's for sure. Things have certainly changed.
And the other thing is, the coach was a guy named Gary Agnew.
Gary Agnew. Well, Gary Agnew hasn't taken very long to put his stamp on this team, and they have a 4-point lead in the Ems division. As you see Gary pumping up the troops for tonight's game against the Windsor Spitfires, this traditional and long-standing rivalry here at the Ice House.
And we are underway. Peter Sarno took the face-off for Windsor against Richard Patiri. Mazuka takes it in for London. Chris Kelly now passes off to Patiri. Patiri knocked down and falls over his own player. These two teams played last night in Windsor, Jim, and the Knights came out on top. I don't think the Windsor Spitfires are going to take that lightly. It was a peaceful game with no penalties in Windsor last night. You think we'll see the same thing?
No. You imagine, I mean, that hasn't happened very often in all of Canadian Hockey League history, but these two teams who have been going at it for years, one of the great rivalries in junior hockey in Canada, and they've had some real rows over the years, but I will say this Windsor team doesn't look to me like they got much fight in them. This is a team that's really struggled this year, and they do have a little bit of talent, you know. Their individual talent isn't bad, but they're really having trouble working together as a team, and a lot of people are really disappointed in their performance this year.
Well, they had a couple of players who were on hiatus. Elich and Zaire left the team. They're now back with the team. They lost their coach. They now have an interim coach, Dave Perpich, and perhaps maybe a new coach coming their way in the next week or so. So things very unsettled for the Windsor Spitfires. We're in behind the Windsor goal. They come out to center, and that's a two-line pass. We get an offside with almost a minute gone in the first period of this game between the Knights and the Windsor Spitfires. Goes after it. Windsor goes for the line change. Mando is going to get a penalty. He just took a shot at Erskine, and now we got a fight between those two. Dean Mando and John Erskine, couple of heavyweights.
Couple of big guys here. Trying to get their arms free, and there's a good shot by Mando as they continue to wail away. Now Erskine. Well, I think we'll have penalties on that one.
I think so.
I think the streak is broken right there. Well, John Erskine has really established himself as one of the more rugged members of the Knights, and he's giving it to Mando right now. I think DJ Mando just decided, well, I'm going to try and wake my team up here. And
yeah, Erskine wasn't even ready for that. It was kind of a dead play, and Mando wanted to get into it. Erskine wasn't quite ready for that fight.
Well, they are both in the box now. That's got to be tiring. That was a heavyweight bout there. The boys leaning on each other, and there's Big John, and everything seems to be intact.
They got to make those helmets a little softer on the outside, though.
That's going to be tough.
Every time I see guys like Erskine pounding away on a helmet.
Starts here again. Mando looks like he's just in an ornery mood tonight, and for good reason, based on how they played last night. He gave Erskine a nice little shot to the chops there in front of the net. The play would go into the corner, and that's when the two got started with the scrap, but it's going to be an advantage to the Knights on the penalty situation, as Mando was getting the original call. Gene Cirillo, what a player he has become, what a goaltender he's been for the Knights this year. He has really answered what was, I thought, the key question coming into this year on the Knights, the goaltending, and he has just been outstanding thanks to the work of Jim Sidwell and Tom Hedican.
How true.
Cirillo just has really turned things around. Not that he was terrible last year, but he was just an unknown quantity. He was a rookie last year and played fairly sparingly. There's London native Ron Vogel. He's a Strathroy Junior B graduate. Ron's dad, a former CFPL television employee, and quite a story regarding those two. Ron actually saved his dad's life. His dad was having a heart attack, and Ron managed to get everything in order and call emergency and whatnot. It's a really heartwarming story about father and son. And Ronnie's second-year goaltender for the Windsor Spitfires, a London native.
Cadot has the puck, passes to Brown at the point. Now to Fata, he turns it around, tries to get it to Spiridonov. There's Cadot with the puck again. Knights on the power play right now. It's passed in front to Legault. Now Fata has it again. Rico spins around, looks for someone to pass to. There's Spiridonov in the open, can't get it across to him, so it's back to the blue line where Jeff Brown keeps it in. Now the Spitfires manage to get it out to center, and Jay Legault is forced back into his own end. Jay Legault turns around. The Spitfires go for a line change as they're on the penalty kill here. Cadot takes it in. He's put up against the boards and is shot out again. Here's Brown. Martin chases him. Legault to Brown. Knights having a little difficulty getting this power play going right now. Jeff Brown passes off the boards to Fata. Fata can't handle it, and it's back to Jay Legault on the London end. 4 minutes gone in the first period between the Knights and Spitfires. November 14th here at the Ice House. Steve Matthews and Jim Van Horn bringing you this game on Rogers Community TV. Ron Vogel stops the puck, and it's dumped off the boards to the blue line, then down the ice again. Gene Chirillo out of his net. Gene Chirillo playing in 18 of the Knights' 21 games so far this year, as Jimmy mentioned. Alan Hitchin out with an injury about a month and a half ago. Talking to Hitchin before the game, Jim, and he figures he'll be back next week. He's going to play with a knee brace. Oh, big hit there on Jeff Zaire. Jeff Brown took it to Jeff Zaire. Here's Zaire trying to hit back, but going nowhere with it. Crawford turns around, and it's dumped all the way down the ice. 4 seconds left in the Windsor penalty to DJ Mando. And now they'll serve their fighting majors. Erskine and Mando still in the box, serving 5 each for fighting.
Jeff Zaire took a big hit along right at the London bench there. Zaire has just returned to the Windsor lineup after a team-imposed suspension. And let's take a look at it here. And tell you what, every chance somebody gets to hit Jeff Zaire, they do. He's one of those agitator types. And if you get him lined up like that, you will notice that any other player in the OHL, maybe even some of his own teammates, will take advantage of that, because Jeff knows how to get it. He's from nearby Tavistock, a second-round pick of the Islanders, so he's definitely looking at a good future in the game. But he's one of those Ken Linsman-type agitators, and boy, he can get under an opponent's skin, that's for sure.
Crawford has the puck for Windsor. Spins around, tries to go past Ugranis, can't do it. Ugranis dragged him down, now along the boards. Mahan fights it out with DiPetrillo. They're looking at each other. There's Lang. Metcalf keeps it in for London. Mazuka now backhands it to DiPetrillo. DiPetrillo in front looking for Jason Lang, but Lang couldn't see it. And Ron Vogel jumped on the puck. We'll have another face-off.
Well, these teams have a lot of scoring power. Really, that's kind of their forte. And in fact, we're watching the leading scorer, leading point getter at least, in the Ontario Hockey League tonight, in Peter Sarno of the Windsor Spitfires, who has 42 points, again, to lead the OHL. And, of course, Mark Cadot and Jay Legault are in the top 5 with 35 and 34 points, respectively. There you get a look at Sarno, the leading scorer in the Ontario Hockey League, 42 points coming into this one.
And was Sarno not Rookie of the Year last year also?
Sure was, yeah.
There's Kip Brennan with the puck for Windsor. Windsor tough guy Kip Brennan dumps it all the way down the ice, and Alex Henry out for his first shift for the Knights. He loses the puck to Sarno. Sarno tried to center it, but it didn't go anywhere. A little bit of a miscue in the London end. Now Jeff Zaire has it, passes in front. Picked up by Barch. He passes to Spiridonov, and Max Spiridonov heads up the wing. He'll try and cut across in front. He does so, and scores! Beautiful deke on the part of Max Spiridonov.
How do you like that one? Not much to analyze about that one. That move kind of speaks for itself as Max Spiridonov scores a beauty. Watch this individual effort as he just turned around the Windsor defenseman, Kip Brennan, I believe it is. Yes, it's Brennan. Now watch, Vogel comes out with the Johnny Bauer, and Max isn't fooled by that. He goes right around him and into the net for a 1-0 London lead. What a beautiful play by Max Spiridonov.
The Johnny Bauer?
Well, Johnny was the Mr. Poke check. You know, he used to
okay,
come out.
Okay. You got to explain these things to our younger listeners.
Yeah, that's true, too. But Max Spiridonov with a beautiful individual effort to give the Knights a 1-0 lead. That was a dandy, and it's the 19th goal of the year for Max.
Way to go, Max Spiridonov. 1-0 London Knights with just about 7 minutes gone in the first period. In behind the London net, Rico Fata picks it up. He passes to center. Cadot can't get the stick on it. Here's Fata again. Now Metcalf. Fata turns around. Now Tom Kostopoulos has it for London. He shoots. Vogel kicks out the pad and puts it out to the blue line. Here's Fata. He takes a hit from Cook. Cook's coming in, looking to pass, does so. Elich could not get the shot away, fanned on it. Now Drew Felder has it for the Windsor Spitfires, just inside the London blue line. In behind the net, Rico Fata. Rico Fata almost lined up by Cook again. Got out of the way just in time. Now Elich has it. Ugranis hits him. Spitfires putting a little bit of pressure on, but can't find anybody to pass to. Here's Kostopoulos for London. Takes it across the blue line, shoots. And that one is into the chest protector of Ron Vogel. Some hits in behind the play. This is not going to be the type of game we had last night, Jim.
No, I don't think so. I think probably for good reason. Windsor's, I think, a little frustrated with the way obviously things are going for them right now. And right there, Tom Kostopoulos got a pretty good shot away on the 2-on-2. And boy, Windsor should be as rugged before the whistle as they are after the whistle. You know, Tom was able to get off a good shot there. Really, he was allowed to just kind of walk right in. And I don't know if we can get a replay of that, but Tommy had actually a good shot on net, and then afterwards the Spitfires decided to lay the old body on him. It's a little bit too late at that point, but it stays 1-0 London as Gary Agnew tries to get things going. I'm sure he wants to see the Knights step on Windsor a bit tonight. They've got the weekend off. As you get a look at Jay Legault, who I think has just been terrific this year in all ways for the London Knights, and his play may even get him an invite to the Canadian junior team. As we found out this week, they're at least considering inviting him to their training camp in early December in Kitchener.
We're in the London end again. That's Jarl Ugranis. Puts it around on the boards to Jeff Brown, the Knights captain right now. Richard Patiri now for London. He spins around, passes to Brown. Spiridonov ends up with it. Nifty little back pass to Jarl Ugranis. The defenseman goes all the way into the Windsor zone and passes to Spiridonov. Now Spiridonov looking for someone to shoot to Ugranis. Shot on net goes wide. In behind the net is Mahan. Now Legault to the blue line. Jay Legault has the puck, passes in beside the net. Patiri gets it in, and there's a Jay Legault.
Well, this is off to the same kind of start, I guess, of the game last night. London's just allowed to do everything they want. The Knights are just rolling right now. It's only 2-0, but it doesn't look like Windsor has any willingness to really compete in this game tonight. Jay Legault slides to the net, into the slot, untouched, and slides a backhand underneath the beleaguered Ron Vogel, who's looks like he's just been allowed to kind of do this one himself. The Spitfires really have to wake up here. London's going to have this one over real early and in a big way. Jay Legault gets the goal.
Welcome back, Delaware Speedway Racing on Rogers TV, brought to you by Ray Collins Chevrolet. Racing has been called, unfortunately, due to the weather that is on the Speedway. As we get a shot of it there, the rain coming down pretty heavy. Kate, what were your thoughts on the... Jer, what were your thoughts on the quick 50 laps that we had in the OSS feature and the heat races and qualifying we saw?
Well, first off, I'm actually thankful that I'm up here now with you guys underneath this tarp that we've got up in the broadcast booth. But for tonight's racing, yeah, I thought it was pretty good. I mean, we got to see the Ontario Sportsman Series get at least half of their feature race in, and the racing was pretty good up front. The front two pretty much maintained their positions all night long, and it was a good night of racing. But obviously, with the Bone Stocks not getting their feature race in, they will at another point in the season later on. And so, other than that, it was a good night, and that's it for my final thoughts.
Thanks, Jeremy. Kate, what were your thoughts on what we got to see racing-wise here tonight?
I was interested to see what was going to happen between Verhoeven as well as with Langford and Joe Lawrence, see how that shaped up, but we'll have to wait for that to happen. And then it was really good to see Connor James be able to tick one off there for Dad. Know the family, raced with them back in the day, so really happy that he was able to do that and get that win where he wanted to. He didn't really matter which way, but he got it done here at Delaware Speedway. And again, we are not here on, well, Rogers TV is not here, but you, the race fans, can be here next week.
There's monster trucks.
on Friday and Saturday. Monster trucks here at Delaware Speedway. But again, we are not here. Rogers TV will not be broadcasting, but you can be here. So go to DelawareSpeedway.com and make sure to get your tickets for monster trucks.
Thank you, Kate. Thank you, Jeremy, for your final thoughts. For everybody here on the crew of Rogers TV, we are excited to bring you Delaware Speedway Racing on Rogers TV, brought to you by Ray Cullen Chevrolet. We'll see you in a couple of weeks.
long they're going to be here for, it makes the potential cost of the new build more expensive. And so trying to figure out ways, working with government, how to try and bring that down. Obviously, just tariffs not being there would be the ideal scenario, and certainly advocating for that always, because we need to build, we need more homes, and become challenging even, right? There could and may only be such an amount of supply on the resale side, that if there's not enough on the new build side, it's going to create even more potential challenges.
Fair enough. I believe there was a Quebec steel mill that shut down a few days ago as well, that they announced the day the tariffs came in, that they said this doesn't make sense for us to continue operating. Have you heard any other scenarios like that in the supply chain?
I haven't heard yet, thankfully. I think there's certainly concerns on the lumber mill side that, depending on how long this lasts for and what happens. I mean, there was impacts again during COVID, and in the past with trade wars with the United States, where worries that if there's not enough potential sales, then they might have to shut down. Which could significantly impact the ability to build in Canada. Mm-hmm. And then where do we source that lumber from in the future? So that's certainly sort of on the radar. As of right now, I haven't heard anything substantial yet, but certainly a worry or concern that exists out there.
Right. So our February stats for L-Star were released a few days ago as well. So similar to the January stats, the number of sales were down just over 20% from the previous January, February of 2024. So they're at least staying consistent. And we are still in a balanced market, actually. So we have a lot more listing inventory supply right now. We're sitting at roughly 1,570 listings, I believe, in the L-Star area. And our sales to new listing ratio is 47.5%. So that means that 47.5% of all the new listings are selling, which puts us healthy into the balanced market range, which is typically between the 40 to 60%. So we're pretty much smack dab right in the middle of a balanced market. So this isn't all doom and gloom. When there's scenarios like this, there's always opportunities as well, right? So sure. Whether it's on the buyer side, prices seem to be holding steady. In fact, our average price went up about $9,000 from January to February this year. So that could just be partially the mix of homes that we're selling that month. Maybe there's a few higher end ones that sold in the area. But things are still moving. Like showings are still happening. Buyers are still excited to get out there. And we're now into almost the second week of March, which traditionally middle of March, I would say, is when the market starts to pick up, or when it warms up, which the forecast is going up to double digits in the next week. So that may get even more people coming out of their basements and going out looking at new builds and resales as well.
That'll be a nice change for sure.
Due to the length of the preceding program, we now join the regularly scheduled program already in progress.
The hand, it wasn't enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and
that extra girth.
so what you do is you put all the sticks on the side in the holes and the arm side. You stake the stick in there so the square is right in the middle where the beaver is going to come and swim. And I think they have a good eyesight there.
Yeah.
Or in the dark.
In the dark.
And so that the way I did it, I put all the frames and stuff. So hopefully that will catch the one that the front paw came out.
That beaver
right
there.
We had to clean everything above that water. I had to open the dam a bit, and the beaver will hear the water running, so it's going to come out and investigate what's happening, and surely he'll swim.
So Ellie, why do you put the wood pieces like that? Huh? Why do you put the wood pieces like that around it? Just to hold it?
So the beaver wouldn't go around it.
Okay.
So now I'm taking the thing off.
Yeah. Oh, I see, yeah. That's what you locked it with.
That's what we did. There. Beneath your hand. Maureen, something that they would want to. See, this is how a beaver looks like. It's very fatty. It's fatty here, all the way around the tail, but you don't see fat on top. Question, you guys. Why do you think the beaver has fat around on the stomach and no fat on the back?
For babies.
Why do you think?
Because it's the backbone?
No. Cold?
Babies in the cold?
No, cold. So, if a beaver is going to float on top of the water, the fat is the one keeps them afloat. And then the back is out of the water, so it balances itself. So that's why it's fatty, especially the fat here on the tail and here. And you don't see very much on the head. What she's doing is she's whipping the hide, like just whipping it, so she's going to get any water or anything that's locked in the fur. She's taking it out to dry it before they stretch it. And then it makes, when you're whipping it, it takes all the dirt, everything that's attached to the fine fur, and then it makes the fur kind of fluff up. And that's what they're doing now. Yeah. So you put a nail right on the nose and halfway in between the tail area, and then two right across, and then you start working. In between you put nails and you're stretching it slowly. see how it starts? And when you're stretching, make sure you put one in between. Do it evenly across, and that. $20 to 15 years ago was given to me, and I had it hanging in my shed, and something got into it and took a chunk of the hide there. I don't know what it was, but this is a really nice color. Look at the fur. It's been there for 20, 15 years. Look how good it is. But the other side is a different story. See, because it was hanging for that long and it turned yellow, and if we put allium or something, a paste on there, and then we leave it open, and then it's gonna soften all this, and there's little particles of fat on there, and this, and then all this little tiny stuff, and we're gonna be scraping with a knife. You have to use this is a skinny knife, a beaver, but when you're cutting the ears, the nose, and everything, the arm, the legs, you have to use that little old-timers little pocket knife. But when you're skinning, this is what you're gonna use. And when you skin, you hold the hide really tight towards you, and you slide the knife, and just above the hide, not into the flesh. And when you pull it hard, make sure your knife is very sharp, and you just slide it. You slide it. And the hardest part is around the leg and the arm, and that this is easy up here. He was kind of scared he might make a hole. So we have the fat layer and the meat here. So we cut. You see the height? If it's a fresh kill, it's warm, and then when you work with it right away, you skin it very fast. But if it's 3-4 days old, and all the fat, the meat are connected to the hide, and it's very hard to skin and that. But you gotta be very, very patient to do this. And I asked Geronimo if he wanted to skin it, and he said he might make a hole in it. So as a hunter, you have to take a chance. You make the hole or not. So it's just taking a chance, like that. So this is how you clean it. Even here is you see how the layer of meat? I'm trying to get the knife right in there.
And that's why you want it really tight? So
yes, it has to be really tight, and then your blade will just
slice it.
Go right underneath.
That one's pretty covered. You got a lot of work ahead of you on this one?
No, as soon as I stretch the whole thing and make it really tight, and my knife will just slide through.
Okay.
You'll never have problem. But the only place is you gotta watch here. Feel this, it's really tight in there. And this is very loose, see? And that. So it has to be very tight and that. So you need to say anything to the young people?
We need a lot more younger people to start getting into this, otherwise we're going to lose our way of life, our culture, our traditions. We use a lot of the beaver for a lot of regalias for powwows, so if we're not going to have the trappers and hunters out there, then we're not going to have the equipment to do our traditional events like powwows, sweat lodge, those kinds of things. We're gonna slowly lose out on a lot of that.
Another thing too, I don't know if they have ever have a beaver ceremony.
I heard of them, but I never actually participated in one.
I know it's just like we are hunters, that's what we hunt for them. So, maybe we should start talking about with elder if there's a such thing as a ceremony or whatever. Or we could have a feast with all the beaver meat, roasted, fry, or they usually, long time ago, they used to hang a whole small beaver on the side of a campfire. They roast it. Oh, that is very delicious, that one. And then the tail, when we were children, we used to fight over the tail. Who wants that? Who wants that? And even today, I don't think I would eat the tail very much, because I'm in the new generation, and then we were in the old way. Our stomach could take anything those time, but now we can't. Yeah. Oh, it's it. That's it. Thank you. Yeah.
Connect with us by visiting our website or email us at comments@rogerstv.com. You're watching an interesting local show on Rogers TV and you want to know more. That's when you head to rogerstv.com. Our website provides more information about our programs, our hosts, our schedule, and about how you too can get involved with Rogers TV. Visit us online at rogerstv.com.
Jeff from Chillin' and Grillin' with Jeff here. Just like the crazy vehicle in the driveway, I got contacted by a crazy group of people, 3 couples. They said, Jeff, we love to barbecue. We love to eat. You're gonna have to come by and let us cook for you. Anytime somebody says that, I say, I'm in. Let's go in the backyard and see what's cooking. Hey guys, what's going on? Hey. Nobody's let me the gate, so I let myself, and I've been banging on the gate for like 20 minutes. Good to see you.
A few beers caused that.
Hey, thanks for the invitation. This is gonna be a lot of fun, I can tell. First off, I could tell from the email I got saying come and film in the backyard. Gavin, right?
Yes, it is.
Tim and Pat.
We got it all.
So we got all the names. All right, good. So tell me about the backyard.
We spend a lot of time back here, so we kind of just wanted to make it a little staycation place.
Yeah, and did you do all the work yourself? Did you build
a lot of help from friends and people that we know that are in the business and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And yeah, we My just back's never been the same. That's true.
That's great. I noticed you got a few different unique areas set up. You got the fire pit over here, which is going to double as a cooking area today.
Yeah.
And then of course we got the pool, and I love the pool. I love how it's great shape. Now you're actually a chef, right?
Yep.
So is it your responsibility to do all the cooking, and they do the hard work, and you deliver the beer, or
it's pretty close. Truthfully, Pat, he inspired us a lot.
Let's talk about the menu, because everybody likes to see what we all love to cook and all that. We see how you enjoy your backyard. You mentioned there's couples getting together, some hard work, some beers and some great food. Tell me about the menu. Let's start with you, Pat. So what are you responsible for today? What are you cooking up for us?
We're each doing a couple of different things. I'm going to start with one of the main courses is a tomahawk steak.
Nice.
All right. So the plan is it's kind of based on a charcuterie board, but instead of cold meats, and cheeses, we're going to do barbecued meats, and everything's going to get laid out on this large. It's about a 2 by 3 foot
charcuterie board.
Board exactly. Yeah. I'm also going to do an appetizer or a couple of appetizers. I'm going to do kind of like tacos 2 ways. One is called the tostada, which is kind of like an open face taco. And then the second one is a grilled shrimp taco. I'm a big fan of salsas.
So am I.
And I like to make my own, and and so we're going to make a couple of different salsas to go along with that.
And then we're done eating, right? Or
It's a bit of a meat extravaganza. So you're doing the big tomahawk.
Yeah.
And then I'm doing a big pork shoulder, and then 2 whole chickens. some sausage, some smoked sausage we'll do in there. And then, so I guess I'm kind of like a lot
You're
of
the meat guy, yeah.
Meat guy. I'm smoking it all on a pellet grill.
Oh, I'm getting hungry. I'm getting full at the same time. Carnivore's delight. What does that leave for you?
I'm the healthy portion. We're going deep fried the entire time.
Awesome.
So we'll get our oil in.
There's always got to be a healthy guy in the group, right? Yeah. Who invited you?
It's definitely me. So little corn fritters, and then we're going to do little churro donut type things for dessert.
Yeah. Wow. Who's doing the salad? Who's doing the green
This might be a salad free zone.
Yeah. Salad-free zone. Yeah.
Listen, I see smoke coming off of different barbecues, and this all sounds great. So instead of standing here talking about it, perfect. Let's cook some food. We know what this is.
Yes, yeah. So a tomahawk ribeye, and thanks to Chris at Chris's Country Cuts for all of the meats. We're going to have some fun cooking all of this. So you want to cook this on something that's going to help you cook low and slow. The green egg is perfect for that.
Yeah.
Because you can cook at a lower temperature. So it is a lot like cooking in an oven in some ways, right? The only downside is that you may not get quite as much browning on the meat during that process. So a common technique that's used is what's called the reverse sear, and that's where you do that.
Right now in the barbecue.
Exact.
Yeah.
Start out low and slow. We're going to go about 275 Fahrenheit, and that'll cook for about an hour, hour and 15 minutes. We'll probe it. I'm going to take it to about 115 degrees.
Okay.
So medium rare is around 130, 135. I go a little bit lower because of the reverse sear, so we'll be cooking it a little bit longer then. Make sure it gets some time to rest after that, and then we'll take it off the bone and slice it up.
So I'm not a big fan of when you have this beautiful, tomahawk sitting here.
Yeah.
Too many spices or rubs or sauces, anything?
No. It's just a little bit of oil and some salt and pepper, some sea salt, some freshly cracked pepper. That's it. Yeah. And you want the flavor of the meat to come through,
Absolutely,
right?
yeah.
So
if it's the right cut with a rub, that's fine. But when you have something like this, let's let it shine.
I'll make sure that I get some oil and some seasoning on the fat cap in as well.
Did we add any smoke to the charcoal?
Yeah, I added a couple of chunks of cherry.
Okay,
yeah.
perfect. Yeah.
So, and I also used the plate setter or the diffuser. Those are a couple different names there. And that's, again, just going to slow things down a little bit.
Indirect heat.
Indirect heat. And then it's going to allow us to cook it and, without getting too dark too fast.
All right.
So, yeah. And then the only other thing is you just want to make sure that the bone fits inside the exactly. You want to be able to close that. And I'll probably rotate it a couple times but that's about it. And as someone once said, you kind of set it and forget it. Yeah, that's right.
Let that go good.
This program is brought to you by Rogers Xfinity, connecting you to more of what you love. Visit Rogers.com for more details.
Hi, I'm Kathleen from Hiking with Kathleen. Please join me this season where I bring you on my great adventures of hiking, paddling, and camping. And I bring you up close to wildlife as I see them on my hikes.
With clubs, leagues, and courts in every province and territory across Canada, squash is the sport for wall-to-wall fun, fitness, and friendship. From coast to coast to coast. Learn to play and you'll want to do it every day. Squash. Play inside the box.
I didn't think I was going to be nervous, but I am.
Duff Goldman is entering the cake arena.
You have never seen me do anything like this before.
He'll face 6 competitors.
I'm outnumbered.
For 6 different challenges.
This is insane.
All at the same time.
Hurry up!
To make super mega cakes.
This is amazing.
Super Mega Cakes on Food Network.
All right, Here we Gavin.
go. Yes.
What are we making? I see stuff, and I see a deep fryer, and what can go wrong?
Yeah, nothing at all.
Nothing,
It's delicious. Doing corn fritters.
Okay.
First of all, was our friend Sarah that introduced us to the recipe. So, want to give a shout out to Sarah.
Looks
Thank
fairly
you very
simple.
much.
I don't see a lot of moving parts.
No,
here.
not a lot of moving parts, but it's delicious.
Yeah.
So basically, you've got flour, salt, pepper, cheese, garlic, corn, jalapenos, jalapenos. Sorry, my wife yelled at me when I said I would say that. And then milk and eggs. So there you go.
Good.
Throw it all together.
Let's mix it up.
Let's do
make
it.
happen.
It's pretty simple. You just toss everything in. So dry stuff first, then dry. I just mix the dry, and then start putting in the other stuff, and then a little bit of garlic. We don't need all of it. And then corn. I love corn, so lots of corn.
All right.
Keep on going.
These are the jalapenos?
Jalapenos.
I don't know. I think they're jalapenos.
We got chives.
Okay.
And then the wonder stuff starts happening now. We get the milk in here and just mix it as we go. And then we got the eggs just to kind of bind everything together.
And then are we going to let this rest and sit for a while?
We can let it sit for a little bit, or we can throw it right in. It's probably good for it to sit for.
Depends how hungry you are.
Yeah,
in
basically.
theory, it should sit for about half an hour. In reality,
I would think so.
In reality, it depends on how much beer you've had.
It's true. That's true.
Lots of cheese, lots of corn, those
Little
couple of
scoops.
jalapenos.
We'll be at 350.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, let's let that sit for a minute and get happy, and then we'll deep fry up.
I'm looking forward to it.
Perfect.
All right.
All right. I love the fact that who needs a table when you have a big barbecue, right?
Yeah.
And in true barbecue style, everything's on the barbecue, man.
Everything's there.
Storage unit. We'll make it all happen.
Yep.
Our oil's nice and hot.
Yep.
We'll
It
let this
is
sit for a little while.
at 360, so we'll
Perfect
throw it in a
temperature.
couple
All right,
minutes.
let's throw a couple in and give it a
Sounds
try.
good.
I see you got a bunch of people showing up, so we'll get a couple started, and then I'm going to get out of your hair.
Yeah, and just dump in. Make sure they're not touching each other because they tend to stick.
And then what will they need? 5 minutes?
Yeah, about 2 to 4. Just kind of depending. Really, everything is cooked anyways.
Yeah.
We'll let them go.
Love the crackle and pop of
As soon as they're
some hot
gold,
oil.
yeah, as soon as they're golden brown.
So I'm a big
All right.
fan of salsa myself. That's one of
All
my
right.
favorite things to make. I eat probably too much salsa. I love to put jalapenos in there.
Yes.
So
Sure.
I see you've got lots of stuff. You're going to make some salsa. What are we going to make?
Yeah, the first one I want to start with is a grilled pineapple. I've got it just cut into chunks, and when you're grilling it, just a little tip here: keep it in larger pieces. Like don't cut it small, because then you're just fiddling, and pieces are falling through the grates. So what I'll do is I'll coat it with a little bit of oil, and then that'll go onto the barbecue. And then, so I have a piece here that was grilled up a little earlier.
Okay,
and
yeah,
again,
so that's
just,
all you put on it was the oil?
just a bit of
Yeah.
oil, that's it,
Okay.
yeah. And then just off the grill, let it cool down a little bit. You can dice it up with a knife, or what I like to do as a way to get more juice out of it is to use a grater.
Oh, okay.
Right?
I've not
so,
seen this before.
yeah. So you just grate it. And
Okay.
so the juices will come out along with the grated pineapple. To this, we're going to add some different things. We've got some red pepper, we've got some jalapeno, and we've got some lime, some red onion. Again, I've got everything in there. Then the other interesting ingredient is ginger. You can grate that as well. And a little bit of ginger. We've got some. Could you hand me that oregano there? People don't think of oregano as being kind of a Mexican ingredient.
Another ingredient that's unique.
I also took some simple syrup and added a little bit of that, just to add a bit of sweetness and a bit of moisture. So I like my salsas more on the wet side as well, right? So chopped fine. But that's going to go on our shrimp tacos that we'll cook up a little bit later on.
Good. All right. Well, we put that pineapple salsa to the side. You mentioned you had a couple different salsas.
Yeah, exactly. So for the tostada, we're going to make a tomatillo salsa. Cooked it on the barbecue. You can see the grill marks on there.
Same thing there. We're trying to pull out some of the juice, get a little bit of smoke flavor in there, that kind of thing.
And if you can't find fresh tomatillos to barbecue yourself, you can buy them canned, and they're pretty good, actually. Yeah. And I thought I'd go a little bit more traditional with this salsa. I used the mortar and pestle. And then, so I've got my tomatillos, my roasted garlic, some of the juices, and then the pestle. And you just start bashing away. It might take a few minutes, but again, you just have to be patient. So I'll put a little bit of salt and pepper in there. If you didn't have the mortar and pestle, you could just use a food processor, but I would just pulse it. And then this is going to go on to a baked corn tortilla.
Wow.
Some refried beans, some cheese, and some of the salsa.
All right.
We'll come back to that one a little bit later on. Yeah. Super. So we're going to do a shrimp taco, and then we're going to do a tostada. So I'm kind of calling it tacos two ways. Two different
Sounds
versions
great to
of so for the shrimp taco, olive oil, some chili lime seasoning. I skewer the shrimps. They're much easier to cook because they're all kind of together,
So do we have a sous chef around here? Hey,
yeah.
anybody around? Anybody got free set of hands? We're going to put you to work.
Tim and I have cooked with each other for years, so this is
Just
sampling some wares there. That's pretty good.
Yeah, Chef's treat, right?
So we've got some corn tortillas. One thing you have to remember is that you do want to warm them up. So I wrapped some up in tin foil. We have a warming drawer on the bottom of the barbecue there. So they're just warming up. They're getting a little bit soft. So the lettuce, and the pineapple salsa, and a little bit of crema here, lime, coriander. We're going to put that on the shrimp tacos. And then for the tostadas, we're going to use these. So we've got some baked corn tortillas. I mean, you can bake them yourself too, but you know, again, it's a great product. It tastes so good, perfect texture. So we've got some refried beans we put on there as the base.
And again, this is just something you pick up at the store.
Yeah.
No need to overcomplicate
No,
it. Keep it
that's
simple.
right. Keep it simple.
We're barbecuing. We want it easy, right?
Yeah. So then we put a little bit of this is called queso Chihuahua. Queso Chihuahua.
Queso Chihuahua.
So cotija is the sort of the go-to.
The go-to,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
I just assumed that's what you were
Yeah,
doing, but
and it's fine. It can be a little bit salty, a little bit crumbly. This has got more of it's kind of like a cross between a cheddar and a mozzarella. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, so just a bit of cheese, and just before I'll build the rest, just before it goes on the rack and the barbecue, I just drizzle a little bit of the salsa on it, right? Yeah, and that's
Simple.
it. Yeah, simple.
Perfect. Yeah.
Eat them open face. They can be a little messy. I say
Right.
fun, eating,
exactly,
but
that's what barbecue
yeah.
is all about, right?
Yeah.
So we just threw the tostadas on. We're just gonna let them warm up back there and kind of get the cheese to melt on and give them some time. How are the shrimp looking for our tacos?
I think they're looking good, bud.
Looks
They're
good to me.
almost done.
Well, yeah, I'm a
It's
little
time to go.
disappointed you're using tongs. I figured you'd get in there with your hands flipping. It's only
Do my best.
300-400 degrees.
I do my best, but I can't preserve these things.
Hey, you want to see a show on Rogers TV that doesn't feature any human stars? Well, you've come to the right place. Watch Crumpet Corner, this brand new show full of laughs and, weirdness, chaos.
Hi.
Welcome to the traditional, ancestral, unceded territory of the Stalo people. The Stalo are people of the river. I'm so thankful for the courage and resiliency of our ancestors who lived on this land since time immemorial. Each of us have gifts from the Creator, and our Creator has a plan and purpose to be fulfilled in our territory. As we embrace our traditional teachings, we can lead the next generation into the fullness of what our Creator designed. Our shared history reveals a broken relationship, but as all Canadians commit to hear truth, acknowledge injustice, we can learn to walk in our traditional way, Letsamot, with a good heart and a good mind. Then all of our lives will be enriched. Kwasai.
Hey, Jeff, pork's ready to go.
All right, man. Looking good. Hey, what temperature you got the Traeger at right now?
Traeger's at 250. Pork's been going since 8 this morning.
8
It's
o'clock
at
this
203 right now. I wrapped it at 165. Temperature's perfect timing as it's going off now. I'm just gonna put it in the cooler. Everything cooks at different temperatures. We'll keep it hot, let it rest, keep the juices in. Cooler's gonna make it happy. Cooler's gonna keep the juices in. Cooler's gonna keep it warm so we can shred it later.
I see we got a couple of chickens going here as well.
Yeah, these are gonna be little tasty morsels. I like smoking a chicken. First one's a new one I tried today. We put a little bit of tequila, rubbed it all over, and then we used some chili lime spice on it.
Okay.
Tequila lime. And then the other one's just my standby. It's a chili garlic rub that I use.
Okay.
And just to be on the safe side, I thought we'd do another chicken like that. It always turns out money.
We've got a lot of meat going on here today. We keep saying that, but it's going to be a feast. Kelly, you're the guilty one who sent me the email saying you got to come and film this crazy group of people.
Yeah, well, we love your show, and I was like, you know what? I see some friends on there, and if they can do it, surely we can do it even better.
I know we're going to have a lot of meat tonight, and we need vegetables, and you suggested a margarita was a type of vegetable. I don't know if that's true, but it sounded good to me.
Well, it's a type of fruit. It has lime juice in it. So.
Okay, all right, so this is the healthy portion of the evening?
Yes.
All right, let's make a margarita.
I was in Banff a couple of years ago. I went to this Mexican restaurant, and they gave me a shot of coconut tequila, and I absolutely fell in love.
Oh, okay.
So today, I'm just going to make a simple margarita. We're going to
a classic, but what separates it is the coconut tequila.
Yes. So in our house, as my friend Sarah says, we pour with our hearts. So we're going to add some tequila. Then we are going to add some triple sec.
All right.
And then we are going to add just a little bit of simple syrup.
And I'm just gonna do a little bit of that in here. You know that song, shake, shake, shake? Shake, shake, shake. Give it a whirl, Jeff.
Thanks for inviting me over to their backyard. I
Thanks
appreciate
for
it. It was an
coming.
awesome email. Let's give this a taste. You didn't make one for yourself, though.
No, I don't drink it. I'm only kidding.
Oh, wow. You can really taste the coconut. It's fantastic.
Good, eh? Hola!
It's so simple. So simple. It's not very sweet.
No,
Which is kind of
it's
nice. Yeah, you really taste the
Well,
tequila.
it's good for your waistline.
All right, we got some great looking appetizers coming off the grill, out of the deep fryer, food coming from everywhere.
I see what these guys are trying to do. I could do a little better, but we'll do our best.
What are we gonna make now, Pat?
All right, so a shrimp taco, really easy, right? Like a little bit of lettuce for some crunch. We've got our shrimp that we cooked on the skewers, and what I do is I just kind of fold that over, and then you should be able to just pull the shrimp off the skewer. Right? That pineapple salsa.
Wow.
Sour cream, cilantro, lime juice.
Let's dig in. I'm going to try one of these corn fritters.
Go for it.
And tell me a little bit about the sauce real quick.
Sauce is basically mayo based.
I tried that.
And then a lot of chipotle chilies in there with cilantro, garlic, and smoked paprika just for the color.
You're right. That is amazing.
There you
it's a
go.
perfect texture.
So
right?
good, eh?
Yeah. My favorite.
Those are amazing.
So what do you think?
That's what he's trying to do. Really good. My favorite.
A good kind of messy.
He's still building them.
The best part, you just
the
keep
salsa.
eating, and the
Yeah.
rest of them
The green salsa,
that,
yeah.
yeah.
No, man, the tomatillo salsa.
So good.
Well, this is great,
Thanks.
guys. We're going to eat a little bit of food. We're going to let you work a little
Delicious.
harder.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
And then it looks like we got a hungry crowd over there. We'll feed them, and we'll put the final course together. All right, I hope everybody's hungry. We got some great food. These guys have been working hard all afternoon. 13, 14 hours of work.
Well, I've been working hard on what the other guys have been doing.
I'll go around you guys.
There's more coming. We've got some more coming. I hope you guys like me.
We invite you to play What's My Line?
Welcome, Mrs. Baker. Those folks over there need to guess your extraordinary occupation.
Are you an entertainer, Mrs. Baker?
Yes.
Do people come to watch you perform?
Yes. Do you travel for work? Yes, I do.
Do you ever wear a special type of costume?
Yes.
Is your job, physical?
Yes, indeed.
Are you a member of a team?
Yes. Are you a professional baseball player? Yes, I am.
Created during the Second World War, the All-American Girls Professional Baseball League included 68 Canadians. One of its brightest stars was my mother, Saskatchewan's Mary Bonnie Baker, a pioneer for women in sports.
Was that 4 or 5? He's lost count and still thinks he can drive. Do you think he knows that when he is caught and charged with impaired driving, he'll lose his license and a lot more? If he gets in his car, he'll face costs exceeding $20,000. Does he realize he could have a criminal record for his choice to drive? And it could be much worse if he crashes. Wonder what he'll be thinking tomorrow.
Have a Holden one at 15.
Visit ArriveAlive.org to find out more. Arrive Alive. Drive sober.
Tim, what do you got here?
Yeah, we got some sausage from the same butcher we got the chicken
Chris
from.
Chris's Country Cuts.
Yeah, it's great.
I absolutely love his sausages.
Yeah. I just said butcher's choice, and he provided these. They're gonna be great. I know that.
Great.
Chickens are looking dynamite. I'm hoping they are.
Yeah, they're coming along
They're coming
nicely.
along.
Yep.
Their temperature's good right where we want them, so it's time to put the sausage on. So we're just gonna get these guys smoking away.
Nothing fancy here. We're just gonna let those great sausages from Chris kind of cook up and
let the wood and the smoke do its thing, eh?
Yeah. If they said it was looking as good as those chickens, we're gonna have a feast tonight for sure.
No, I think if you like meat, we're set.
Yep. Awesome.
All right.
Chef, that's all. We're gonna do our reverse here now. That looks fantastic. Let me get this for you.
We've got the barbecue cranked, nice and hot. And
we're just looking to caramelize, right?
Yeah, that's right. And you know, we got some good color on the green egg. It wasn't too bad, right?
Yeah.
So you want this to be fairly quick. And remember, we took it off about 5 degrees or so under what we would normally cook at to account for the additional cook, right?
Yeah, we can hear that sizzle, seeing the flame pop up from behind there.
That's right. And so it'll go, I'll flip it over, do the same on the other side, and then I'll let it rest a little bit longer.
All right, Pat, we got this massive, I'm going to call it a charcuterie board.
Yeah,
That's what we're doing. We need a handful of people to move it over.
Yeah.
We got Carnivore's Delight happening
Yes,
over here.
yeah.
So let's walk through what's happening here.
Okay, so Tim cooked these chickens. They look amazing on the smoker. We're gonna cut this up into 8 pieces so everybody can try some. So the whole chicken sitting here, there's a couple of different ways you can approach it. I like to separate the legs first, and then this is the backbone, right? And so we're just gonna separate the backbone from the leg, and then find the joint. And when you've got a nicely cooked chicken, it should start to separate naturally, right? You can see how that's, and then so just find that joint, and then everything's just gonna get piled onto the board.
Same thing, cutting the backbone out.
Cutting the backbone out. So we're now working on the breasts. Good sized chickens. So what we can do is we can actually cut the breast into thirds. And then I'll separate the wing as well. So I like the chicken wings. They're one of my favorites, so I always separate them. So we've got some beautiful country sausage.
Boy, did they smoke up nice, eh?
Yeah, they did. I know. Yeah, it looks good.
Look at that
Is it too soon to try that smoke ring? Yeah, cheers.
Cheers. Oh, the flavor in there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the beauty of what you're doing is everybody can kind of dig in and help themselves.
Exactly. Yeah. I am saving some room for vegetables, but not much. Okay,
don't worry about that.
And the nice thing about sausage too is that it's
easy to do.
Yeah.
People love it. And Chris does such a great job.
He does,
the flavor
yeah. Wow. So there we go. So,
all right. Well, let me give you a hand
again,
getting this finished up, and then we'll tackle that tomahawk.
The tomahawk. And
I love the sear on here.
The reverse sear worked out. We got some nice color on both sides. Took the string off, and you can see it started to separate. We've got a natural seam here, so we will start by separating the cap, and we can trim out a little bit there. And I love these pieces here. You can just cut them up, and they're nice little nibbly bits, right? So let's see here.
That's the best part. Chef's treat, we call that, right?
Yes, that's absolutely chef's treat. Yeah.
Oh, look at the color in there. It's beautiful.
Yeah. Pink on the bone. And so the idea is to put the bone on the platter. And then there's a couple different ways you could approach this, but remember slicing against the grain, right? So the grain of the meat is going this direction.
Right.
So what I typically do is I cut it in half. Oh yeah, we got some nice, That's the money. And then we'll just trim a little bit of this off. And then, you know, when you're feeding lots of people, you can cut it as big or as small as you want, right? So
I like the way you're cutting that.
Yeah, we'll just slice it.
Almost like a roast beef.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Still lots of juice in there. And then we can just fan that out.
Join me, chef.
Okay. Cheers.
Oh my God. Wow,
nice
is that ever
seasonings,
juicy?
the smoke,
Wow.
the juice,
Yeah. And again, I like that there's not a lot of seasoning on there, so it's not overpowering. We're tasting the beef. I'll get out of the chef's way and let him finish butchering this up. All right, so this is the pork you put on way early.
Way early.
And
It
sit
just
in the
takes so
cooler.
long. You got to break it down, eh?
Yeah.
So we took it up to 203. It's been resting in a cooler. We're going to shred some of it.
All right, let's do it.
We got the sausage. We got the chicken. We got
Somebody
the
accidentally put
tomahawk.
vegetables on there. I'm not sure who did that.
I think you may have, eh? You're pretty good at that.
They just
a
kind of
little
appeared,
artistic talent. I like that. So I'm gonna take a chunk of it off. I'm gonna cut it just with a knife, and then we're gonna take my little bear claws, and we're gonna see what we can do.
Yeah, so we're not really
I
doing
think we got a little smoke ring here.
Yeah,
a little
nice.
smoke
We're not
ring.
doing
It's a
pulled
beautiful
pork.
smoke.
We're just kind of shredding it up
Yeah,
a little bit.
shred.
Leave some
People
big
can take a
chunks.
little
People
nibble.
diving
We
in.
have barbecue sauce here. We got my tongs. We'll just see what happens when we shred into it here.
Oh, look at that, breaking apart beautifully. Still juicy. Look at that. Cheer. What was that?
I just had a little bite.
What was
first.
that? Dig in.
I know. I just took the first one that came out, eh? So.
I love the spice on that.
That was the garlic chili pepper. You got the monster there.
All right.
Garlic chili pepper spice. It's a Traeger rub. I don't know if you guys can see that smoke ring, but she's money.
Oh yeah,
So
it was
it's good.
perfect. It came off great. Super flavor. Listen, we got a hungry crowd forming around the table.
They're
Let's
all
get
forming around me right now. I'm a little nervous.
There you go. Let's butcher this up and let's get people eating. Hey, listen, not that we need more food, but when somebody said churros and chocolate sauce, I thought
Sugar,
we need more
cinnamon,
food. Yeah,
we need more food.
So you make the churro dough yourself?
Yeah, it's super easy. It's just basically flour, some eggs, a lot of vanilla extract, and then mix it all together with hot water, boiling water.
Yeah, and I love you got the
When we're
barbecue,
done.
the barbecue guy's piping bag.
Yeah, this is it. Like this is we go all out for your show.
If you had anything more than that, I wouldn't consider you a true barbecue guy.
Fair
right?
enough.
All
I
right.
understand.
So you got some hot oil. You stick your finger in there, make sure it's hot enough.
Oh yeah. Well, you go first. You let me know if it's ready.
Let's make some churros.
Okay. Nan's gonna cut them up here. I'm gonna slide in this way, and basically just little tiny.
Oh, okay. Mini churros.
Mini churro.
And they're only gonna take what, a couple minutes in there?
Yeah, probably 2.
What do we have here? Cinnamon
And sugar. Roll them in it when they're done, and we're ready.
All right, let's get them cooked up. All right, so these are the chocolate and caramel sauce and some, what is it, cayenne pepper in there?
Yeah,
So I
yeah,
heard
just
somebody
a little
say?
bit. Yep.
And these are our mini churros that are really hot.
Sure they are.
Oh, wow, perfect way to wrap up a meal. Guys, I got to tell you, when I got the email from Kelly, the email was just fun. It was fun to read. She said, these guys like to cook. Neighbors, friends, we entertained. We were intrigued. We got a hold over. We came by. You guys did great. I mean, the food was incredible. The hospitality was incredible. The backyard is absolutely beautiful. I don't know what we're going to do with all those food. I can't wait to sit down off camera and just kind of start devouring stuff at this point. Too bad you didn't get one of these churros, but they're coming.
Yes, I see that.
So cheers to all of you. Thanks so much for having us on your show. We really, really appreciate it. The food was awesome. What can I say?
Yeah. Thank you for coming out. Thank you so much to Chris. Like, the meat is beautiful.
Yeah, it was great. Cheers.
Hey, cheers.
Cheers, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Connect with us by visiting our website or email us at comments@rogerstv.com.
For 25 years, you've been helping to make our roads safer by doing the right thing. You've been the designated driver, you've stayed over, called home, you've called a cab or a friend, and planned ahead. Let's keep doing the right thing. Support sober driving by getting yourself and your friends home safely.
Do the right thing.
Visit ArriveAlive.org to find out more. Arrive Alive. Drive sober.
Welcome to New York.
This friend group is honestly a beautiful, hot mess.
Oh my God!
We're all just here together, trying to make it.
I feel like I'm in an insane asylum.
It's so important having people to fall back to that you trust and you have love for. Excuse me? You still get money from your dad, 10K a month in allowance.
You would not be on the show if it weren't for me.
Oh, I love being messy.
Next Gen of NYC, all new Tuesdays at 9 on Bravo.
You're watching Rogers TV.
Management, Hammerlock Management, more importantly, you have a message for us tonight? We got these. Show us what your message is, and then we'll give it right back with our fists. Oh, sorry, maybe our heads, maybe something else, because that's illegal or something. Because we are the on-ground Hammerlock Tag Team Champions.
Once again, welcome to the German Canadian Club of London. We are Hammerlock Crew Wrestling. Tonight, we have a great show for you, including Miley defending her Hammerlock Crew Wrestling Women's Championship, sponsored by Johnson Brewing Company, against Zonder Lee. Also, your main event, we'll see who is the best in London. Will it be Chili Brown or the Punjabi prodigy, Griffin Crusher? We'll find out if that answer later on tonight. But first, recently, our tag team championships belts were stolen by the drifters at a Sharper Fighting Irish hockey game. At this time, I'd like to get the drifters to come out to the ring. We have some business to deal with.
You heard it from ring announcer / owner of Hammerlock Pure Wrestling, Sean Bates. There is some business to attend to involving the Hammerlock Pure Wrestling Tag Team Championships.
And welcome back to Hammerlock Pure Wrestling. There they are, the men who... Usually when you're holding a championship walking to the ring, that means you are a champion. Not the case here. They stole them. They claimed the championship for themselves.
As these men said off the top of this broadcast, they are the uncrowned championships. Haven't won them yet, but champions in their own mind.
We've seen the Drifters do a lot of damage here in Hammerlock Pure Wrestling, as Wade Allen now making his way into the ring to join Isaiah Cross. We're about to see what's going down here with these championship titles. Again, posing for the camera.
Gentlemen, you have stolen property from Hammerlock. You took them out of the hockey game.
Yeah, it is. We had it. It's like squatting clubs. Come on, these are ours.
In Hammerlock, we earned championships around here.
We earned it. We are. We're the only.
Isaiah Cross still arguing that they're the rightful champions.
You hand over those championships right now or face suspension?
Face suspension for what?
Sean Bates laying down the law, threatening the Drifters with suspension.
Wade Allen now whispering something in the ear of Isaiah Cross.
How about you prove it? May 4th against Bricks and Bones in Stratford.
We beat them how many times? Bricks and Bones. Yeah! You're us! You're with me! You're with me!
And speaking of Bricks and Bones, there they are. The Brickhouse Mick McGuire and Ethan Dukes, the Moondog.
You heard it, that these men will face off for the Hammerlock Pure Wrestling Tag Championships down the line.
Who will be the inaugural champions is what we're going to find out, even though one team may be walking in with the belts here. We'll see if they're actually able to give them up. And Cross laying that in the center of the ring. So is Wade Allen. You don't say this too often, but a smart decision by the Drifters.
Absolutely. The Drifters showing some integrity.
And Sean Bates picking up those championships. We'll see. Will the Drifters become the rightful champions at a future Hammerlock show?
Now coming up next, Isaiah Cross in action.
And Cross in some solo action here. You got to believe Wade Allen won't be too far away.
And his opponent.
And Cross looking to show that he can get it done on his own as well. One of the biggest men here in Hammerlock Pure Wrestling. Someone else we've seen in Hammerlock a few times, Ken Warren, making his way to the ring to try and cut down that big redwood.
Exactly. Ken Warren looking to cut down the mountain of a man that is half the Drifters. No, nothing but momentum on the Drifters side, looking at going into that tag team championship match down the road against Bricks and Bones, but a singles win here would do mountains of momentum for them. Both men in this match, really.
At Ken Warren, Facebook, Instagram, X, all over social media. That's about it. What's up, yo?
And Ken Warren promoting his brand there.
Exactly. Got to get those likes, get those follows, get those thumbs up from Ken Warren.
Maybe looking to take advantage of Isaiah Cross after what just went down there. Maybe in Isaiah Cross's head, he may be losing focus here and looking ahead too far to the tag team championship match that's coming up at a future Hammerlock show.
That's a great point. You know, Isaiah Cross knows he has a tag team championship match on the horizon. Wonder if his mind's there. Wonder if his mind has already left the German Canadian club here in London and is focused on that match against Bricks and Bones. But Ken Warren, not somebody to be taken lightly.
Did anybody tell Wade Allen this is not a tag team matchup? As he waits on the... Now he's getting down from the apron here.
The real question is Wade Allen going to listen to anybody if they tell him?
Who's going to tell him is another question.
Nothing but questions here in this situation in Hammerlock Pure Wrestling.
And we're looking for some answers.
Now both men kind of sizing each other up. Much more of a task for Ken Warren than Isaiah Cross.
Watch he doesn't hurt his neck just looking up at Isaiah Cross. Lock up and an easy power advantage there from Cross.
Cross's power on full display here.
Wade Allen taking his time, lurking on the outside there. Putting his jacket on. Does that mean he's leaving?
Looking to get a little more comfortable is Allen.
That jacket may have got the best of him.
Did that jacket just earn a #1 contendership for the Hammerlock Pure Wrestling Championship? Tag Championship, I should say.
More questions. And Ken Warren.
Now, wait a minute. Is that Ken Warren's jacket?
Well, that makes a little more sense why Wade Allen wasn't able to get the jacket on.
Allen playing mind games. Something the Drifters are masters at.
It's a great question coming from Isaiah Cross. He's got him backed into a corner.
More questions, but Ken Warren had an answer for Cross there.
And Warren had Cross for a moment there. Cross just angry now in the center of the ring.
Might not be sound strategy by Warren, making the big man mad.
And a Warren chant starting here at the German-Canadian Club. Gonna climb the back of Cross now and lock in a sleeper.
Warren literally climbing a mountain of a man, looking just to choke the air out of Cross.
And Cross's strategy there, just back up until you find the turnbuckle.
Now Warren almost like a pit bull getting on Cross once again. Cross can't seem to find that corner this time.
Is Cross underestimating Ken Warren? He needs to turn it around and not do that before it's too late. And you got to call it an upset if Ken Warren were to take down the big man.
Oh, no question about that. No, the Drifters almost flawless, perfect in tag action, but we have seen chinks in their armor when it comes to singles action in the past.
And patting the head, just disrespectful to Ken Warren, who once again,
like a pit bull, Warren down.
Wait for that sleeper once again, was actually able to knock down Cross for a moment.
Not often you see the big man off his feet, but Warren able to do it. But it almost seemed just to make Cross mad.
And bending the neck over that center rope now.
Cross
Warren
just
down.
tossing Warren.
And Cross now starting to show that power advantage here. A couple big moves like that takes a lot out of Ken Warren. And the cocky pin, Warren having none of that though.
That was a long way down for Ken Warren. I imagine the air just taken right out of him.
He's putting that foot, that one big leg on Ken Warren, which to be fair could hold some shoulders down.
No question about that. That is a big boot. Almost the size of one of Ken Warren's shoulders looking at it.
Cross says Warren in the corner. With that huge arm and hand coming across the chest. He's gliding down the crowd so they can hear it once again.
Cross gloating with that chop just echoing through the Canadian German Club.
And
Cross.
Warren staring up at Cross now.
Cross going to the well one more time. You can almost see lifeless eyes in Ken Warren. After a couple of chops like that, no surprise.
Wade Allen, Cross's tag team partner in the Drifters, mouthing off to Warren from the outside now as well.
That's what happens when you face the Drifters, folks. If you're in the ring with one, the other is not far away.
And Allen thinks and knows that Cross can handle himself, but not going too far away, as you mentioned. Warren now trying to get on the back of Cross once again. It worked for him early on in the matchup.
Seems to be working again. Warren trying to size the big man.
Warming up for maybe that. Oh, and a great piece of offense there, going low on Cross.
Chopping him down to size. But Cross just laying in wait.
Grip around the ankle of Ken Warren, drops him down, scoops him up.
Now what does Cross have in
feeling
mind?
He's going back down. Big man off the rope, huge. Oh, turns him inside out. 1, 2, no.
Warren just barely kicking out, not totally sure where he is right now.
Warren showing some heart on that one as he was turned upside down every which way with that clothesline.
Upside down, inside out. Not where you want to be if you're Ken Warren. Isaiah Cross hitting those ropes, almost buckling the ring underneath them.
And Cross now squeezing the head of Warren, but Warren able to break his grip, take some shots at Cross, even throwing the elbow pad. Maybe throwing him off at that. You're not expecting that coming at you.
Exactly, business picking up Ken Warren, but Cross there to slam him down.
Worked for a moment, but he may want all the padding back he can get.
Warren not totally sure where he is right now.
Crowd trying to will him back up, but Warren is in a bad way right now.
No question about that. Cross with the ripcord, but Warren sneaking
Slips
underneath him.
Pie faces Isaiah Cross. Huge shoulder block, but not able to take the big man down. Try it again. He's bouncing right off of him like a wall. Ducking the clothesline, though. There's a third one.
Warren showing his speed and wit. Just wait a moment here.
Cross is down on the top rope.
Almost looks like his arms are tied up. Warren trying to get them through.
Twisting the ropes across the wrist and the arms.
Now Ken Warren needs to make sure his emotions do not get the better of him. Referee telling him that will lead to a disqualification.
Using it for the moment, though, taking some shots to the faces. Cross is stuck, tied up in those ropes, able to get the boot up still, though. Unhook himself and
Ken
look
Warren.
out.
Ken Warren was almost in the middle of the ring after that boot. My goodness.
Warren slips out again. He will not be denied here. Oh, able to get the back of the neck up high on Isaiah Cross. And Cross is down on that second turnbuckle right now. Faced away from Warren.
Warren sizing him up, missing his mark, and Cross is just laying in wait, ready to get the ripcord, bring him up, and slam him down.
Good night. 3 count, Isaiah Cross, your winner.
Wade Allen wasting no time to get into the ring. Not where you want to be if you are Ken Warren. The Drifters once again dominating Hammerlock Pure Wrestling.
Getting through this singles matchup. Come on.
Now,
Wade Allen going after Ken Warren, who showed so much heart, but look out on the outside. The Moondog is here.
Ethan Dukes with fire in his eyes, looking to go right after Wade Allen. Ethan Dukes coming off of being robbed of that Tyson Dukes Cup.
And referee Matt McCausland just stepped into the ring, rang the bell. We're into a second matchup.
Absolutely, we are wasting no time, folks. Moondog Ethan Dukes taking on Wade Allen. The action does not stop in Hammerlock Pure Wrestling.
And now these two men gonna meet each other in that tag team championship matchup to crown an actual tag champion here in Hammerlock Pure Wrestling, unlike what the Drifters are doing here, claiming it's theirs already.
Exactly. Both men can stake a claim to be the first Hammerlock Pure Wrestling tag team champions. Both the
Ethan
Drifters.
Dukes, half of Bricks and Bones with Brickhouse Mick McGuire. They've really done well as a tag team here since tagging earlier this year.
Exactly. All motivated, brought together by their disdain of the Drifters.
Wade Allen, all his weight down on Ethan Dukes. It's not often Ethan Dukes faces someone bigger than him.
No, but that's exactly what he finds in the Drifters. You know, almost poetic that, like I mentioned, Bricks and Bones brought together by a disdain of the Drifters, and now they're what lay in between the Drifters and those Hammerlock Pure Wrestling Tag Team Championship. How sweet would it be for Bricks and Bones to be able to conquer the Drifters and win those championships right from underneath them? And I imagine if you're Ethan Dukes, you need that championship. You bouncing off a loss, a very questionable loss of the Tyson Dukes Cup recently. You got to look forward. You got to look at those tag team championships.
That's true. He was almost at the top of the mountain here in singles competition, winning that Tyson Dukes Cup. Unfortunately, Vikram Prasher had
other
plans which are questionable.
Plans. Now, if you're Ethan Dukes, you just got to move forward. Move with a full head of steam going at Wade Allen. But Allen barely phased. Now we have a shoving contest
shoving
here.
each other, center of the ring.
Something's got to give, and it might end up being the ring.
A lot of power off those ropes. Usually that takes out his opponent like a car crash, but Wade Allen barely budging on that one.
No. A brick wall of a man is Wade Allen.
Got him stumbling back on that one, though, into the corner. And the
Moondog
barking to fire himself up here, getting up to the second rope, and shots to the back of Wade Allen. If you notice, Isaiah Cross hasn't left the ringside now, though, even though his matchup is over.
Exactly. Cross looking.
Slammed. Center of the ring. Down goes Ethan Dukes.
A huge power bomb. Just dropping Dukes nearly on his head. Cross laying in wait, making sure his partner gets that 3, but not quite yet.
Once again, a bit of a cocky pin, not hooking the leg. Counting along with the referee. Wade Allen may have made a big mistake there.
Exactly. That might prove to be a fatal mistake for Wade Allen. You cannot underestimate the Moondog.
Referee shoving Wade Allen off of here. And there we go. Not even a tag team matchup here, even when these two are in singles competition.
When one Drifter is in the ring, the other is not far away, and Allen just dropping his weight on Dukes.
Gotta be it. No! Ethan Dukes able to kick out of that here at the German Canadian Club in London.
Wade Allen barely phased. No frustration shown on the face of Allen. For the Drifters, this is just another day, just another job. Looking to get things done, go home, cause some mayhem along the way. And now, wait a minute. The force that Wade Allen just threw Ethan Dukes into the corner.
Taking the top turnbuckle off.
I mentioned it earlier. The thing that might give in this match is the ring now.
A 2 count.
Referee Matt McCausland looking to fix the ring, but had to stop to do his job.
What are we going to do here? I mean, the top rope is absolutely collapsed here. It's off of, you can see a shot of it there. I mean, this has happened in the past with the Drifters in the ring. You get men this big going full force off of these ropes. And you never know what's going to happen.
Something's got to give, folks, and in this case, it is the ring. That just shows the power that the Drifters have at their beck and call.
And Isaiah Cross taking full advantage, choking out Ethan Dukes.
Referee's back turned.
We've seen
Wade
this
looking
before.
to cause
Look
more
out.
damage.
We've already taken out the top rope. More maybe to come. Nobody home for Wade Allen.
Both men looking to get back in this match. Allen getting a whole lot of turnbuckle. Dukes looking to get that fighting spirit of his back in at his disposal. Who's going to get the upper hand here?
Both men on their knees. Wade Allen trying to get up to 1 foot. Maybe has a little bit of an advantage in the way he's throwing these shots here. Taking down Ethan. Nope, not quite. Duke's right back up. Feeding another shot to Allen.
There is no give in Ethan Dukes tonight. Motivated.
Look at the ring. Absolutely destroyed.
Carnage. It's the only word you can use to describe this.
Who can handle more punishment here? As it's shot for shot between Wade Allen and Ethan Dukes. Remember, who are going to be meeting in that tag team championship match. Down goes Isaiah Cross.
Now hold on just a minute.
1, 2, 3. Ethan Dukes somehow overcoming both of the drifters out here. And that's going to be a huge confidence boost for that tag team matchup.
A rare miscommunication from the drifters, and just like that, Cross looking to get revenge.
And there he is. There's the brick house, wasting no time.
The other half of Bricks and Bones bringing a chain. Bringing business, looking to hurt the drifters.
Chasing the drifters to the outside.
A tactical retreat, living to fight another day.
Strong words from the brick house.
Fired up, ready to take on the drifters and become the first ever Hammerlock Pure Wrestling Tag Team Champions.
We have somebody that's the headliner of the first Hammerlock event in London. So how does that feel? I mean, naturally, you probably just assumed that you were going to be the headliner as soon as they passed the card, right?
No, I can't lie. I'm pretty humble about it. I'm happy. I'm shocked and happy, right?
Yeah. You're clearly an elite athlete.
Thank you.
And I heard the guy that you're fighting is pretty good too, but you guys have a little bit of a history together.
Yes, sir. This will be our third match together, actually. We fought twice before.
Yeah.
It's even. It's 1-1.
Yeah. You know, like the match has kind of come full circle for it. You know, you and Vikram, your first two matches, both opened a card.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if it's the feud or just the overall ability, but now you're the headliners, you're the main event. So, like, what does that journey look like for you guys? And, you know, you've been in the ring with this guy. You know he's a cheater. How are you going to avoid the cheating this time?
It's hard. I can't lie. He's a clever guy. He'll come up with something different every time. He's just
like that.
Yeah, he's just like that.
Okay. All right. We now have the other half of the main event coming in. Corey Hart, who wears his sunglasses at night, apparently. Just kidding, Vikram. We appreciate you taking the time. It's an old song.
Do you?
Yeah.
Do you appreciate me taking the time?
So, well, I mean, we had to take the door out to get your trophy in here, but no, we appreciate you bringing it.
It's a nice trophy. It's a very big, prestigious, honorable trophy. The match. Match.
All right, don't you have Chili? I mean, Chili Brown is taking you down, what, twice now? But you cheated on the one, so you got the win on the second one, right?
Actually, I believe in the first one I made him tap out.
Okay.
And if you want to keep going.
By cheating.
And if you guys want to keep going, I can make one of you guys tap out too. How about I prove to you I'm not a cheater on April 13th? How about you come and attend the show and watch me wipe the floor with the guy that you guys want to win so badly? How about that?
Our hometown hero, you mean?
You're looking at him right now, and you're not showing appreciation. I am the king of the jungle. known as London, Ontario. What you can experience is the greatest experience of your pathetic life.
Okay.
So while you guys have spent all your time down here drinking, watching sports, talking like you're some sort of an analyst, I've been an athlete, walking into gyms to work out. I've been an athlete, stepping into the ring to win gold. And what you can expect is what you guys have been waiting for. A star in London. Someone who actually has the potential to get a contract in this business. What is it about? You want to know what this is about? This is about representing this company to its fullest. Something I've done more than this guy and anybody on that damn roster.
Question is, who is really London's best? Who is London's best?
Chili Brown's gonna be a star. Chili Brown's the best. Chili Brown's the best. What do I have to do to prove that I'm better than you? Let me paint a picture of the last year for you, all right?
I'm here.
All right, you want to hear it? You want to hear it? How's this? ROH Wrestling in the Scotiabank Arena. Wrestling some of Canada's best to step in a ring. And then winning the Tyson Dukes Cup. What the hell have you done in the last year but get beat up by your tag team partner, huh?
You serious?
Yeah, damn right I'm serious. What have you done?
Look, man. Honestly, you're very passionate about this. It just sounds like you're a little jealous of my natural ability.
Jealous.
Yeah, that's all I'm hearing.
Jealous.
That's all I'm hearing.
Why the hell would I be jealous of you? I've accomplished much more than you in our short career so far, and I'm gonna continue. I surpassed you a long time ago, and the spotlight is mine. I don't think you understand it. And what that spotlight will be on April 13th at the German-Canadian Club is me beating you to a pulp. Not just in front of your cousin, not just in front of your sister, but in front of your mother. Oh,
Think so? Come on. Think so, man? You really think so?
Get him out of here.
Come here.
Get him out of here. Come on. Come on. Get him out of here.
Get me off this set! Get me off this stupid set! Get me off this stupid set!
I am here with the challenger of tonight's main event, Chili Brown. You have a massive, I guess, rubber match with Vikram here for the main event of London.
Yeah.
Two local stars. One is London superstar, and he's calling himself London's anti-hero. What can we expect tonight?
You can expect a great match. I'm really going to try my best to get the job done and really take care of the Punjabi princess.
Punjabi princess, we love it here. We're all cheering for you. We want to see London's local hero bring home the crown tonight. What is your prediction for the fight? We want to see you get that pin. What can we expect as fans?
I'd say a lot of action. I'm definitely going to hit that Masawa. I'm going to get him down. I'm going to get him 1, 2, 3. End it.
We cannot wait. Go get it done. Make us all happy. And that's what we all came to pay to see.
You got it. Thank you, guys.
All right, I'm here with the Punjabi prodigy, Vikram. And Vikram, I want to thank you for taking the time, because the last time we were together, look, it just didn't go that well.
Yeah, I'd say the same. I felt pretty damn disrespected, but I made my point known.
Yeah, well, today I want to thank you for wearing your 10-karat gold necklace and coming out here to make sure that our man, Chili Brown, has something to do in his hometown.
Gotcha. So it's actually a 24-karat gold Punjabi necklace. And right here, Chili Brown can be your hometown hero all you want. I'm from here too. I brought this show here because I'm not just in the main event, I am the damn main event. And if you want a hometown hero, how about you really live up to the hype and root for the hometown anti-hero, the Punjabi prodigy, first ever Tyson Dukes Cup winner, Vikram Prasher.
That was the first thing I noticed when I came in here. You weren't overcompensating with your trophy. Like, how do you get around without your trophy? I've never actually seen you without it.
First of all, when you're infused with so much greatness, it's impossible to overcompensate for anything. My trophy travels with me everywhere I go. It is backstage. Actually, if I was being interviewed by someone much better, maybe I'd be holding it here.
Yeah, fair enough. You know, good luck tonight. You're definitely going to need it. We appreciate you stopping by the set, my man.
Well, this one got heated very, very quickly, as you saw during some recent interview segments there. We're looking to see who the best in London is. Started off as just maybe some healthy competition, but you know, families' names were brought into this and
turned sour very quickly. Once again, the man that is making his way to the ring, proving that there is no low he will not stoop to get the job done.
I wouldn't be surprised if these guys are already battling in the back with how personal things got there for a little while.
That's a great point. That or the Punjabi Prodigy's really milking this one.
Well, he likes to make people wait, so, you know, maybe shining up the trophy is Tyson Duke's cup. Sean Bates even asking, where does he get him to the ring?
Folks, the title of Best in London is on the line here. The fine people of London want to see it, and here he is.
Just as we suspected with his Tyson Duke's cup, making people wait. Had to get his robe tied up just so he could do that, I guess. London's hometown anti-hero.
The self-proclaimed anti-hero.
Punjabi Prodigy.
You won't find many people that disagree with either, really. The winner of the Tyson Dukes Cup, you might not like how he did it, but he got the job done. Here is Vikram Prasher, London's own.
Said the trophy travels with him everywhere. I don't think it goes much more than an arm's length away from him at any time.
I really feel like there's emphasis on everywhere on that one.
Imagine he sleeps with the trophy.
No question about that.
At least the trophy can't say it doesn't want to be close to him.
Imagine that trophy. Here's the story of how it was won at least a dozen times a day.
Well, at least he has a best friend now.
That's true.
And his opponent.
Not even trusting the Hammerlock staff here to hang on to this trophy.
I wonder if Prasher's a little nervous not being that close to his Tyson Dukes Cup trophy.
The title of Best in London is what we're going for here. This man always in the conversation. If you've ever seen one of his matches here in Hammerlock Pure Wrestling,
don't blink.
He is here, there, he is everywhere. So athletic. Spectacular. It's Chili Brown.
Exactly. Entertaining, exciting. Chili Brown making his way to the ring. A much different ovation for Brown, looking to be the best in London.
Now Brown always with a smile on his face. The challenge will be to really lock down and focus on the Punjabi Prodigy, Vikram Prasher.
Prasher having some very, very unkind words for Chili Brown in that interview with Going for Two. Stooping down, bringing in his family who's in attendance. Have to wonder if that might backfire for Prasher, motivating Brown.
We almost had a full-on matchup at the bar there with the Going for Two guys. Luckily, they had enough people there to separate them and wait for the matchup here at the German Canadian Club. Best in London, Chili Brown, Vikram Prasher.
Folks, very different styles, and both men excellent at them in their own right. Chili Brown, quick as a hiccup. Vikram Prasher, a technical machine in the ring that likes to bend the rules, let's say.
He'll tell you all about himself. Chili Brown, much more humble in his incredible talents.
If you've never seen Chili Brown wrestle, folks, you are in for a treat. And if you've never seen Vikram Prasher wrestle, you're in for a different kind of treat.
You know, a lot of people might say one of these men are the best in London. The difference is a lot of people will proudly say that about Chili Brown. And the other one, Vikram Prasher, maybe people are kind of admitting that under their breath.
Exactly. A little more of a begrudging tone to that. Both men excellent professional wrestlers in their own right. The future of this business, you may be looking at them in this ring. Time will tell, but for now, these men lock up looking to see who is the best in London, both hometown heroes and anti-heroes in their own right.
Hands locked around the waist and both men prying the hands apart, and Vikram Prasher reversing into that headlock.
Getting Brown
hanging
over.
onto it.
Vikram Prasher always has a game plan. I imagine it is just to slow Chili Brown down, because once he gets going, you cannot stop him.
Hopefully his game plan is a little cleaner than last time we saw him in a big matchup in the finals of the Tyson Dukes Cup against Ethan Dukes, where he fooled everybody, really distracting the referee, distracting the crowd, and pulling out the brass knuckles.
Chili Brown kipping up to his feet, trying to shake the cobwebs off there. Like you mentioned, Prasher winning that Tyson Dukes Cup under questionable circumstances. You have to wonder if he's going to win the Best in London title under those same kind, or if he actually has something to prove here. Brown going for a full Nelson here.
Well, if Chili Brown can keep the offense on Vikram Prasher here, then Prasher may not even have the opportunity to pull out one of his tricks.
That's very true. You have to imagine Chili Brown studied the finals of that Tyson Dukes Cup very closely, trying to figure out all of the tricks that Prasher has up his sleeve.
Off the ropes. We did see the ring bust up earlier tonight, but things locked in and ready for this Best in London matchup now.
Exactly. We double-checked all of the turnbuckles, tightened them, secured them, made sure that it'll be able to withstand the force and momentum of both of these men.
And now the jumping jacks, little warm-up on the outside from Vikram Prasher.
Not sure Chili Brown's the person you want to gloat against cardio with. You know, Brown can go and he can go.
Yeah, wasting any energy like that, not a great idea against someone, as you mentioned, who can go forever.
Now just a slap in Chili Brown's face. Prasher leaning on the mic.
Oh, the height of the drop kick out of nowhere.
And like I said, don't blink or you'll miss Chili Brown.
That took all of 0.2 seconds to get from the ground to Prasher's face with that drop kick.
Brown getting
it's almost like he was missing frames there. I don't know how that
absolutely.
even happened.
Can humans teleport? If so, Chili Brown has figured it out.
Side headlock hanging onto it.
Chili Brown will not let go. Telling the crowd he's got him, and he certainly does.
Prasher trying to get out of it.
Prasher doing anything to get out of that headlock.
He does, but Chili Brown floats over. Oh!
And Prasher
take out the midsection of the knee there. Not sure where it looks like the knee.
Yeah, low sweep, almost a knee to his hamstring or abdomen, not entirely sure what.
And Prasher goes to work. We've seen this before. Sometimes he does have a game plan that makes sense, that's not underhanded. And right now, that target, that game plan is the left knee of Chili Brown.
Exactly. Hard to move at a lightning speed.
Oh, Brown, he was right straight up and down, vertical there, and coming straight back down onto the knee. That knee pad can only provide so much protection.
My goodness, Prasher just relentless in his offense, looking to take the legs out from underneath Chili Brown.
Referee Matt McCausland doing a great job, able to make sure that the attack illegally did not continue there in the corner.
But Prasher knows he has all 5 seconds, 4.999 to be exact.
He's going to work on it here once again, twisting the knee every direction.
Taking the legs out from Chili Brown and also softening up for that Punjabi pain lock that he perfectly puts in.
Taking out that knee of Chili Brown will slow him down to a normal human speed, I think, is the game plan here for Prasher.
Very smart game plan. Say what you will about the Punjabi prodigy.
Oh, massive razor chop there. That one was personal, you can see.
Absolutely. You can see the intensity in Brown's eyes. Looking to inflict punishment on Prasher. But Brown letting his emotions get the best of him.
Brown had everything in that last chop, but Prasher, luckily for him, got out of the way. Floats over now. Uppercut. And Prasher back over now. A float over of his own. Grabbing the tights there. Huge backdrop.
Huge.
Right on the back of the neck of Chili Brown.
Stacking Chili Brown high and dropping him down right on his head.
A 2 count. Of course, Prasher thinks it's 3.
If you ask Vikram Prasher, none of the referees know how to count, but somehow Vikram's always wrong there.
And going right back to work on that left knee once again as Chili Brown tries to slip out of this.
Exactly, almost going for like a high torqued ankle lock there. Making sure the pressure's on the entire leg, not just that ankle.
Luckily, Brown getting to the bottom rope on that one, able to shake him loose for the moment.
Now Prasher just relentlessly attacking that leg. Beautiful game plan. And hitting him with a dragon screw off the ropes. Again, just pinpointing that leg.
Brown really starting to feel it. He can't hide the fact that the knee is really bothering him right now.
Brown just wincing in pain as Prasher drops his leg onto Chili Brown's hamstring.
Bending the knee, bending the ankle at the same time, and Chili Brown's shoulders down there for a moment as well.
Exactly, Prasher twisting Brown like a pretzel, but he cannot let his shoulders get down and get a reprieve from the pain, or else he will be pinned.
Such a tough spot for Chili Brown.
And here we go.
And now, pulling the arms back, every limb bent in the wrong direction right now for Chili Brown. He's in trouble in the center of the ring.
Prasher with a modified bow and arrow, looking to just inflict as much punishment as he can.
And surprisingly, releasing the hold, but in the most violent way possible. Chili Brown's head bouncing off the center of the ring there as ducks under.
Oh, but Prasher blocks it, and right back at that leg.
Taking out the knee once again.
Again, going to that high torqued ankle lock, inflicting pain on the entire leg.
The whole leg now in danger.
Chili Brown just screaming in pain.
Has he done enough damage to get a tap out here from Chili Brown now?
Another perfectly executed plan by Vikram Prasher.
Prasher rolling through and back to his feet at the same time as Brown, catching Brown here as it took everything for Brown to get half the height he normally would on that.
Absolutely. Chili Brown known for his high-flying, high-octane
huge
maneuvers.
Clothesline. Flipped him right over. Brown might be out. 1, 2. The way his body just kind of crumbled there.
Some fight left in Chili Brown. Not much by the looks of it. Vikram Prasher has to see that his opponent is in trouble.
One hour time limit for the best in London. Chili Brown, Vikram Prasher.
A hometown hero and a hometown anti-hero.
Again, slammed, getting a second win there, Chili Brown, for a moment, but caught once again. And 1, 2.
Prasher waiting with an STO just to take all of the momentum away from Chili Brown. Say what you will about Vikram Prasher, he has put on a clinic in this match up until now.
We've seen Prasher do this many, many times, though. He's executing the match perfectly, and then it's almost like he gets frustrated or just fed up and decides to take the easy way out sometimes.
That's a very good point. No pressure.
Sunset flip over, ran out of room to get the pinfall, but right back, wrenching the legs.
Here we go, Prasher twisting Brown up, looking for that Punjabi pain lock. Chili Brown sees it coming. Here we go, rolling Prasher through.
One,
momentum.
Chili Brown looking for that one out of nowhere.
Vikram Prasher's shoulders stacked very high.
How much offense does Chili Brown have left?
Now hold on
Look
just
out
a minute.
You look to the outside of the ring there. Ahmed from KPK, who is good friends, business partners at least, with Vikram Prasher.
Associates at minimum, with Vikram Prasher distracting Chili Brown long enough for Prasher to go back to that leg.
Chili Brown we're all wondering, why is Ahmed out here? 1, 2.
Only 2. Fight left in Brown.
And now not only does Chili Brown have to focus on Vikram Prasher, who's giving him all he can right now, he's got Ahmed circling the ring like a shark.
And to your point earlier, Prasher done quite well in this match. Why does Ahmed need to be out here?
Did he come out on his own? Did Prasher have this plan all along? Oh, he's got that left leg. Oh, look out. This is bending that left leg the complete wrong way here and twisting the knee of Chili Brown.
Not where you want to be if you are Chili Brown.
Throwing Brown into the corner now. Prasher starting to have his way. Bringing him back to the center of the ring, but Brown able to wiggle out of that one.
Fight left in Chili Brown. The question is, how much will it be enough?
Tried for the suplex, but backfired on him. Prasher now getting Chili Brown up and slamming the knee back down.
Just crashing Chili Brown's knee down.
And going for it again. You can see him just bending that back and coming down as the leg is bent does not feel good, especially with all the damage done during this matchup.
A knee breaker from Prasher.
Now he's calling over Ahmed here. Obviously, they've got some type of plan here going on.
Directing traffic, but Vikram Prasher taking his eye off the prize for just a moment. Is that enough for Chili Brown?
Chili Brown giving it all he has left.
A rare
able to fight through the pain there to get the height he needed to take down Vikram Prasher.
A rare mistake by Vikram Prasher right there, taking his eye off the ball, letting Chili Brown get back in this match. But can Brown capitalize after all the pain he's endured? Referees count at 6.
7, both men back to their feet. Still looking for the best in London. Chili Brown ducking those shots.
Love to be the hometown hero.
Center of the ring. Prasher is sprawled out 2-0. And just shoving the face of Chili Brown to break out of that pin.
Was that the last gasp for Chili Brown? How much more does he have left in the tank?
And Ahmed now trying to get involved once again on the ring apron here.
Ahmed needs to be careful not to get his business associate disqualified from outside interference.
Trying to get the ring. Matt McCausland tried to... And look out! KPK, they seem to be growing in numbers all backing the Punjabi prodigy, Vikram Prasher. And of course, cleaning up the scraps and going to take all the credit for it. 1, 2, Chili Brown kicking out.
Kicking out.
It is now 4-on-1, and Chili Brown able to kick out.
These odds just might be too much for Brown. Prasher hitting a slammer straight from Alabama. But Brown's still in this fight.
Trying to take a breath, and that knee is really just giving him trouble now. We're deep into this matchup now here for the best in London.
Brown can barely stand on both feet.
This is where he's got to dig deep and remember those personal things that Vikram Prasher said about his family, and just run on maybe pure adrenaline and just hatred.
Like that.
1, 2.
Only 2.
Prasher now, though, right back to that knee.
Hold on, connecting the legs. Is he going for the Punjabi pain lock?
Exactly what he's been working towards this whole matchup. Chili Brown in a lot of trouble right now.
You can see the pain in Brown's face.
A huge shot, giving it all he's got. And Prasher just eating those shots because he knows he's this close to victory.
Brown's shoulders on the mat there.
Once again, he's got the rope. He's able to grab the rope and get out, but Prasher wrenching that knee before he releases the hold.
Chili Brown fighting for his life right there. Able to get to the bottom rope.
So much damage done with that Punjabi pain lock, though.
Now just wait a minute.
Look out, hell is breaking loose on the outside. We've got Books and Looks.
Brian White looking to even the odds here. This is chaos, folks. It is a brawl in the Canadian-German club. But Vikram Prasher, Chili Brown still in the ring. We have a match going on, folks. What's Chili Brown looking to do?
Look out! Over the top rope! Crashing down on half of the Hammerlock Pure Wrestling locker room.
Chili Brown breaking things up.
But was that the right opponent to go after, because Prasher right back out on the outside.
Exactly, and all these men back at it. Things have broken down. Now Vikram
Face
Prasher,
off the ring post.
Referee distracted. Prasher using that to his advantage. Going to the bar.
He's doing everything he can to finish off Chili Brown. With chaos behind, you see Michael Grayson there just took a shot fighting into the back. KPK, Brian White, Rodney Matthews. And Brian White still on the outside. Time for a drink, says Vikram Prasher. Just the disrespect as Chili Brown
That's
on the
totally
floor.
disgusting and uncalled for. Looks like Brian White and Abu going to the back here.
Dumped on the face, and there we go. A full tall can of lager right there.
You don't often see a shot of beer, but that's what Chili Brown's bringing to the Canadian-German club.
And dumping the remainder of the can. You want to disrespect me, you want to disrespect my family, he'll send it right back to you. Chili Brown, though, yes, we still have a matchup going on.
Easy
Best
to forget,
in London.
folks. You have to wonder if any of that beer got in Vikram Prasher's eyes. Could be a bit disoriented here. And what's Brown gonna do? Looking to capitalize. Fighting through the pain, going to the second rope.
Prasher right across the ring. No, and the left knee giving out on Chili Brown. So much damage done, and like a shark smelling blood, the Punjabi perfect flex. 1, 2, 3.
And just like that, a plan perfectly executed. And here we have the quote-unquote best of London, the Punjabi prodigy, Vikram Prasher.
Just adding to the accolades here in Hammerlock Pure Wrestling. The Tyson Dukes Cup winner, the best in London. A lot of questionable things going on as You see that group that made their way out. At one point, this was a 4-on-1 matchup. Just walking that fine line, making sure they did just enough to not get disqualified here.
Exactly. Who is going to stop Vikram Prasher with KPK at his back?
And of course, we get to hear from him.
Now,
come on.
This is just totally uncalled for.
Chili Brown had to fight the odds during the matchup, and now afterwards, the cavalry is back. Brian White and Books and Looks.
Looking to even the odds here against KPK and Vikram Prasher.
They've seen enough of this as Prasher makes sure he gets his Tyson Dukes Cup.
Now, I might be mistaken, but it looks like Rodney Matthews came equipped with a plunger. Looking to flush KPK and Prasher.
I am here with the winner of tonight's main event, the Punjabi Prodigy. I want to put a big asterisk beside this, though. You need a lot of help from your friends tonight, and I want to know why you can't just win just being you. Are you not that much of a man? Is that why you need help from your friends?
Hey! Watch your mouth, buddy. Let me put it to you this way, all right? The Punjabi prodigy Vikram Prasher is not just the first ever Tyson Dukes Cup winner, he is a winner. You want to talk about men needing help, men not needing help? I'm sick of this debating. He cheats, he doesn't, he cheats, he doesn't. He wins. Losers debate. Losers want to say, oh, men win this way, men win that way. Men win. So when you want to man up and win something, then talk to me. Until then, I'm going to have some drinks with the boys and celebrate.
You'll need all of them to come at me.
Let's go!
Great hunting!
The following program was provided by a valued member of our local community. Rogers TV is proud to support local producers and share local voices, ideas,